Welcome back, everybody, to Arcane, episode 4 now, and maybe following, I don't know yet. Things have been wild in the first 3 episodes of Arcane, and it's... quite honestly, I expected a lot, but I got still surprised by how great it actually is. Like, I really dig the art style, I dig the atmosphere that we have going here. I do think, like, a lot of people were saying, like, this is the best of Western animation. I think it's doing a lot better than some anime, even, if you look at some stuff. Especially, like, I think a lot of anime are relatively dense when it comes to story, or it comes to, like, just the animation they do in general. What stuck out to me for Arcane in this specific case, like the first 3 episodes of this season, was the atmosphere. Like, everything was teeming with fog, basically. I mean, literally fog, but also on a metaphorical level, we did have it's like when you're breathing and every part of the air feels heavy. All of it just, you do feel how it's going into your lungs and it's seeping in and then it's going out again. It has that thickness of the air, basically, that really impressed me, because I feel like a lot of anime don't have that. Maybe none of them have that in that unique way, the way Arcane seems to be doing it. So yeah, I'm looking forward to what we're gonna have a time skip. I was saying that last episode, where I was like, okay, this would be probably the perfect setup. Violet and Powder got separated. They went apart in argument, although from Violet's perspective, obviously it's been like, oh shit, I gotta get away from her. I did kind of something horrible. I'm thinking horrible things about her. There's this discrepancy between what she actually wants to do, of course, because she has that emotional attachment to Powder. I don't know if they're actual siblings, like genetic siblings, or if they're like just grew up together, but either way, they are basically siblings. And this is why she can, I think, never hate her, but she said some hateful things. She said some like hurtful things, saying like, you're a Jinx, you curse us all, basically, in that way. Milo was right. Milo is dead. Our other guy, sorry, I never remembered his name, like a big guy, is also dead. A lot of people have been hurt, although that's not the only thing. We haven't been physically hurt, just we have also been emotionally hurt. Powder herself, and she seems to have started to kind of turn onto that mode of everybody hates me, everybody despises me, everybody left me. And Silco seems to be more or less channeling that energy and being like, yeah, we'll show them. But it's very interesting that he seems to have a very, very close connect. Like, in that moment that he saw her and that she just like tackled him, basically, and then was in his arms, there seems to have been something that kind of pinged him in a way, that resonated within him, that had him probably, at least that's how it seems, take her in. And I do wonder how they will develop, because we see them in the OP clashing with one another, but when they're much older. So there's the perfect setup for the time skip. A bunch of people died, like a lot of things are in movement also on the other side, with Jayce and his discovery of Hextech. So we do have these 2 plot threads, and they need time to actually develop into something significant. So I do assume that time is gonna be given to them, as in we skip ahead and see what actually happened to all of them, to Powder / Jinx, to Vi, to Silco probably having taken control of the underground in general, and to Jayce as well, and all the people on the academy, the Councilor and whatnot. But yeah, let's just get into it. I'm happy and excited to see what's going on here. Don't want to bore you too much. Let's just jump into it, and we're gonna be starting this. All right, Arcane episode 4 starts in a 3, a 2, a 1. Let the record play. A Netflix production. One of the few really good ones. Of course, we start with something like that. Half of the face in the shot. I do wonder if we're still here and we actually don't time skip. That would be interesting too. Ooh. Symbolism, right? A new dawn.
Can you believe it? Our city is about to turn 200 years old. A bicentennial.
It's shaping up to be an amazing progress day.
They got the 5 o'clock shadow. A little bit older, right? A year or two.
I don't know much about him.
Everything he built either exploded, melted, or toppled over. Yet, here he stands.
A revolutionary.
Set his personal ambitions aside and focused on something far more important. Our future.
Teaching.
He realized nothing he could accomplish could compare to the contributions of his students.
I had no idea.
That was his sacrifice. A dear friend. The council has recommended you give the Progress Day speech this year.
But you always give that speech. I could never take your place.
I agree.
Progress.
Your hex gates have done wonders for our city.
Hex gates.
From distant lands, reignited passions in arts and science. You deserve this honor.
I will do my best to make Piltover proud, Professor.
It's short notice, I know, but perhaps there's something in the lab you might be able to share. People love a grand reveal.
Victor and I have just the thing. The next chapter of Hex Tech. Come to the lab this afternoon, I'll show you.
I'll look forward to it. You certainly have something to live up to, my boy.
Wow. And it looks different, right? More modern. The same city still, you can see that, but the building on the left here. And a couple of intricate details. There's more color in everything. This looks like a grand observatory or something. What in the fuck is happening here? I mean, it's got something to do with Hextech. Oh, they're traveling across, like, large distances. It's like a mass relay in Mass Effect or something. That is really cool. Two things I had actually as a thought. One of them was that I really liked that the professor didn't turn out to be that grumpy guy who's like still in his study and he's like, no, I will not condone this. You've done all of this, right? All of these accomplishments, whatever. Right, I'm too afraid of the magic and whatnot, but that he actually, I guess, moved with the times and understood that it is better to oversee the development of this new technology rather than himself, right, as somebody who knows the gravity and responsibility of what might be dangerous about it, and then be there if something was to happen, and be there to actually lead somebody like Jayce on, who he sees as, on the one hand, having put his mind onto something that he himself doesn't like that much, right, because of the danger it poses, but at the same time, he considers Jayce to be a very bright and promising mind, of course, right, and he was one of the first people who was like, yeah, can we be mild in the sentencing and whatnot when the original hearing happened? So that's really cool to see. It's also cool to see that sometimes people, like you said, with that that guy who sat himself down and was like, my students are gonna be even more brilliant than me. That parallel between the professor and Jayce, basically, and him and his possible students, where he's like, I understand that sometimes you might not be the best inventor, or you might not be like the person who's founded all of these new areas of science or made great discoveries, but you're somebody who is brilliant and can understand brilliance in a way and can maybe nurture that, right? Because that is people we really, really desperately need. People who lead our young people on, who actually understand how to nurture their talents and how to bring them, like, keep them on the right path, basically, on a moral level, and on being careful enough to actually not break everything around them in their enthusiasm, in their youthful youthful ambition that they have. That is a great thing to do, right? As a teacher, as an educator, as seeing your future in that and being like, yeah, I had a lot of inventions that kind of exploded and whatnot. They were on the cusp of maybe being revolutionary, but I never really made something happen. But not seeing that as a negative thing, but being like, I'm pretty smart and I think I can, but I think my talents would be better off actually leading the new generation to soar to even greater heights, which is amazing. And the last thing I was gonna comment on is it is a little bit sad to see the professor being like, this was a dear friend, right? Probably maybe one of the founders of the academy even. And like, we do have that theme again that we have in other series partially as well. Freren, for example, where it's like, how do you deal with that if you're somebody who is living a significant amount of time longer than all of your colleagues, all of your friends, all of your close ones, right? If you belong to a species that's incredibly long-lived as opposed to the normal human lifespan of 60 to 100. But yeah. Wonder who you are. I also do really love the gear symbolism and a lot of like the tattoos and everything that you see around the fashion as well. But that's like classics steampunk, of course. Piltover Progress Day. We have all of these robots, but we had robots before, right? To a degree. Oh, that's really cool. And that's not magic, right? That's just science. So it's not like the magic has completely made science irrelevant. It's an addition to it, right? It's an extension. Yeah, of course, now she's there. Like, you look at him.
Excuse me. Sorry.
And he's like, whatever. I got something to do. Of course.
Serves you right.
So she's like
I'm working.
city watch or something?
I mean, there's so much crime to thwart outside your family's tent.
I can only imagine the strings she pulled to have me posted here.
It's your fault, really, for not following her into a career more befitting your station.
Alright.
Anything to keep me from seeing the real world.
Well, at least you'll have front row seats to the speech.
Speech.
I'm giving the big address tonight.
We really have to send it to anarchy.
Have fun hurting the drunkards.
Oh yeah, okay. I see the relationship has sustained time, so really nice to see that they got over that hurdle that was due to his entire like being banished from the academy and whatnot. Oh, hello, Mr. Assassin. Mrs. Assassin, we don't know the... What, a watch or something? Bomb? An explosion? Ooh, okay. Oh, I know you.
Manifest from your friend downtown.
Ooh, and she's got like the arcane stuff fused into her face. That's pretty cool looking. That's a battle scar. Holy. What is this tech? Like the growing crystals on them. Ooh, I love the animation. It's dynamic. Bro, who are you? You got some swagger about you.
You ever seen this much shimmer before?
They're expanding. Check for more below. Burn it all.
They're burning the shimmer, so they're against the people in the underground, right? Who are you? I don't recognize you. Somebody's here.
She's here.
Okay, who is she? I mean, I'm suspecting based on the probably gonna be Powder. But we never know, right? Like, which side do you belong to? You're clearly against the underground people. Against the Shimmer. Or maybe there's factions now. That is creepy. Oh no, it is too late. It is over, my dudes. It is over. Rest in pepperonis. Okay, still wondering who you are, Mr. Scarf. Or Mrs. The skateboards are cool. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, I love the boots. It's almost like they're like Chester-esque. It's interesting, no great theatricals. Just down to business.
I can't lose you.
Shit. The first time they see each other for the first time, I guess. Boom.
I want to fight. You're not ready.
And she shot. Holy shit. Holy shit, come put that back on the fucking minigun, what the fuck? Where did that come from? Like, was it on her back or something? But yeah, she's losing control. Oh, that is cool. Oh, did she hallucinate that? Did she hallucinate that? It's not even Vi?
Guard the cargo.
And down here, nobody even knows. It's very interesting, right?
You think he will approve? Heimerdinger believes science should be used to improve lives as much as we do. We just need to show him it's safe.
And what about the council?
What are you cooking,
We
boys?
stabilized the crystal like they asked. Built the hex gates like they asked. It's our turn to decide the future of Hextech. Professor, I'm so glad you could make it.
Wouldn't miss it for the world, my boy. What do we have on the docket?
It all began with this.
Yeah, the crystals.
Of magical energy too volatile to be handled outside our workshops.
Oh, he's going to a full presentation.
Man, and now it finally can.
Is that materia? Hello?
A Hextech gemstone.
But how do you use it? What do you do with it? You put it into your weapons or gadgets?
Wait! Holy sprockets.
We found a means to fortify the crystals. This new version is stable and absolutely
Well,
safe.
I wouldn't say absolutely, but relatively.
We present to you the next chapter of Hextech.
Of course.
We can now design portable devices.
The bro is becoming Iron Man.
anything.
So it's an energy source at this point.
The Atlas gauntlets. The mining colonies in the fissures can work faster and without fatigue.
Industrialization, let's go.
Hexclaw. A mechanical arm equipped with a powerful ray of light.
Ooh.
Imagine what our artificers could do with such a device.
Yeah.
I want Hex
And the surgeons.
us to build a new world, and now it's finally possible.
Oops.
Anyway, this is our presentation.
Quite amazing, gentlemen. You should be very proud. Obviously, there are a few kinks to iron out and screws to be tightened, but give it a decade of careful research, and it will be ready.
A decade.
Oh, don't worry, my boy. It zips past you in the blink of an eye.
We're humans, hello?
Professor, we can be improving lives with Hex Tech now.
A breakthrough like this takes time, Victor. Putting that kind of power into everyone's hands is dangerous. Keep at it, and I'm sure you will discover a way to safeguard Hex Tech against misuse.
Is he sick? Does he not have a decade? Or is he just impatient?
Must have been 4 or 5 of them.
What are you up to, my girl? Also, I'm still wondering if that was Vi or not, right? Like... Right, crime scene investigation. I do wonder if handling the substance is safe, right? If you just put your fingers into it. Ooh, I love that. Shot into the bullet hole. So Powder seems to be not as concerned about hurting her own people. If those are her own people. It seems that way.
You're from the Undercity.
I didn't do anything. She's crazy.
Easy.
Help first.
Who shot you? Who were you working for?
I can't. He'll kill me.
Who? I can protect you.
I didn't just...
Jeremy, why does that not surprise me? Interfering in an investigation again. You're supposed to be guarding your mother's tent.
I was sheriff, but she doesn't need it, and clearly this takes priority.
I realize you're used to getting your way, Kiriman, but we have a chain of command for a reason.
I understand, but there's more going on here than just the smuggling. If I could just question him,
I'll take it from here. Since you're looking for more work, you can take the graveyard shift tonight at the fair.
Yes, sir.
I want this one on a boat to Stillwater Prison. Yes, sir.
Bro doesn't care. He's like, whatever. Maybe he's in on it. Or maybe he's heading the... Yeah, of course. The vibe changed. But I guess it's still the same... Still the same underground. Holy shit. Okay, we went cyberpunk. Full on techno, man. Okay. Quite different.
She fired on us.
There are always mishaps in battle. The firelights were her target, and most are dead.
Alright, who are those firelights?
Froze up and lost her shit.
Hmm.
Those brats.
Flashbacks, trauma.
Know it.
We. Who's we? I expected better from you than excuses. It was your job to make sure things went smoothly. You failed. Don't disappoint me again.
No, she's an outcast wherever she goes, huh? But at this point, she doesn't care.
Smaller every day, thanks to the hex gates.
Hmm.
We're cut off. The topsiders are leaving us further and further behind. What happened?
She already told you.
I'm asking you.
Wow. This is so interesting.
One of those firelight wackos was a girl. With pink hair.
Your sister's gone. You know that as well as I do.
I know. I know. Sisters, right? Can't live with them, can't stuff them back in the old baby maker.
Today's screw-up will set us back weeks.
I'm sorry.
I need to know that I can rely on you. I'm doing this for us, Jinx. All of us. The sons and daughters of Zon deserve more than their rights.
So interesting.
Won't happen again.
I know.
Ooh, is he sticking himself with the shimmer?
Savika will clean up today's mess.
Savika? That ogre couldn't clean a dust bunny with a blowtorch.
She'll suffice. You should focus on your gadgetry. Take some time.
I don't need time.
Take it anyhow.
You're grounded. This is what that means. Oh, Mr. Idiot is still alive. And she is too, of course. It's only been a couple of years.
Fundraiser's going well. Your mother would be proud. Would she? Tired of mingling?
So the mother is dead, I guess?
The only one actually worth my time is him. The golden boy. He's won Piltover's heart. Oh, speak of the devil.
Alright. He appears. I love how he immediately drops his face.
Could I borrow you for a minute?
Alright. Is there something going on between them, or is it just business talks?
To what do I owe the pleasure?
Okay. Okay, business.
We've shown him our research. He thinks we need more time.
It's Progress Day. Representatives from all over the world have come to see what new wonders the City of Progress has to offer. If there's a time to present a new creation, it is now.
Great.
He doesn't like to go against Heimerdinger.
Scientist, but he's old. He only ever sees the past. Piltover needs a leader who looks forward. Someone like you.
You really believe that?
Hextech has the potential to change everything.
Yeah, but it's very volatile as well.
I've spoken to several potential investors.
Investors?
Of course. Everyone wants Hextech for themselves. It's your speech. Give the people a glimpse of the future.
How much do you trust Heimerdinger, right? I mean, not in the sense of that he has evil intentions, but in the sense of that he is somebody who's maybe too careful, and you're not that by nature. I don't know where Jayce lies within that, right? We don't know Jayce enough. I mean, we know a little bit something about him, but I don't know if he falls more on the side of, yeah, let's just push for progress any means necessary, which is more on the side where like Silco would also lie, but also our Councilor here. And she's kind of egging him on to do it anyway, no matter the consequences for him personally and his relationship with Heimerdinger, because Heimerdinger has been very lenient with him most of this time, even though he was against all of that. He's at least always stepped down a little bit, right? Fair words of warning, and then, but if you want to do something else, and then, right, you're crossing one boundary after another, and at some point in time, maybe you're gonna cross the last one. And the other thing I wanted to say when I just stopped on Jinx, that's perfect. It's very interesting to see their relationship, because it's almost at this point, I mean, I assumed as much, right, that it could be the case, but it's really father-daughter, right? This is how it feels. Vander is gone, and like maybe to a degree, like she moved on from Vander because obviously he's dead. She can't do anything about that, right? And filled that hole in her heart with somebody else, which is Silco in this case, and he is behaving not like from what we've seen between the two of them, he's actually behaving like a real father, supposedly, right? He just grounds her, basically. He's like, take some time off, right? He's shielding her before his subordinates, being like, yeah, she messed a little bit up, but right, you also didn't do anything, right? Her main concern was these people. And then when they're all gone, not in front of everybody, but when they're gone, he's asking her, so what happened? And she's like, well, you heard it from her. And then he's like, no, I'm asking you. I want to know it from your perspective. That shows that he wants to know what's going on inside of her and why things went awry, because he trusts her, like her perspective on that, or at the very least he wants to know how the world looks like from her perspective, which is something that I do feel Vander did a lot, but Vi didn't. Vi didn't do that a lot. Right? Vi was always like, come on, don't worry about it. You're not a Jinx. You're not bad for us. You're not bad luck. Everybody messes up sometime. But there was never a, how does it look from your perspective? It was always, Vi was always like, this is how it looks from my perspective. Right? Big sister, which is a good thing oftentimes, but also just maybe not having that ability to always listen. Even though we do have these moments in like the early, like first episode or whatnot, where she does listen to Powder, where do we have that little thing going on where it's like, okay, I'm also receptive for what you have to say. But oftentimes there's external pressures, and through these external pressures, it's all that she has to actually shield Powder from everything, and she doesn't have the energy then to go there and listen to Powder and just her personal, very specific perspective on what happened and whatnot. And he's very understanding with her too, right? When she says like there was this girl, whatever, she had pink hair. He immediately understands, but he's telling her in a very calm manner, not angry, not anything. He's like, that's right. It kind of messed up, and that's kind of making things difficult for me. He's like, I'm sorry, I understand. And then she leans in on him, and she has that very affectionate relationship with him, right? Or him giving her the thing for his eye, which is like, you need a extreme level of trust to do that, actually, to like let somebody do something like that. That's what a parent does, and what like a partner does when they right, you give it to them and you're like, hey, honey, can you do that for me, or something like that? Yeah, exactly. But this is like literally the level of trust they're at. And another thing that I've noticed is she's acting very much like a teenager. Like, I mean, obviously she is, right? Like, she's not that old. She looks a little bit older than a teenager, but she is, like, from what we know timeline-wise, she must be a teenager, right? She's not, like, 20 yet or something. So there's this, like, I don't know, jitteriness, right? There's this restlessness within her that can also come from obviously her trauma, right? We saw it earlier. She saw that person with the pink hair, and she immediately flashed back, and we did have these, which we had in the very first moments of episode 1, these flashes of like the squiggly lines, which I absolutely love. But yeah, there's some trauma in there, and we can talk about that after the episode.
It wasn't her.
Or maybe it was. No, it wasn't, obviously, because she was lying underground dead. But
I know, just some wannabe street trash.
holy shit, so she's seeing Milo.
Now he thinks I'm weak.
Fuck.
Savika will clean it up.
Yeah, there is.
Johnny on the spot.
Fuck me, dude. Yeah.
I'm not weak.
She's got issues, holy fuck.
And I'm gonna show him. Oh, I'm gonna show him. Y'all see.
Yeah, Victor is sick. He's got something.
Who are you? They were asking if I could do the address. You should come up with me. We're partners. No, not in front of all of them. You have your speech prepared? Uh-huh.
Join me in welcoming to the stage Jayce.
Guess it's time.
And he rises to the occasion again. All chat. I mean, he's got the looks as well, right? And Victor doesn't. And Victor is also socially anxious, it feels like. Or maybe there's something else going on, but...
Good evening. I know many of you probably didn't expect to see me here today. And believe me, I'm just as shocked as you are. My family and I are simple people. In our factory, we made hammers. They were probably used to cut the stones you're standing on right now. No one in my life expected very much of me. And that is precisely what makes this moment so extraordinary. A few years ago, the Hex Gates opened their ports to the world and made Piltover prosper beyond anything we could have ever imagined.
Global travel. Almost instantaneous, probably.
But we're not done yet. This year, we've created something new for you.
Yeah.
Something that, we will.
What's happening? What's happening in his mind? What is happening?
When the time is right.
Oh. His conscience.
End to your hardships. Whether you're the scion of our high houses or an honest laborer from the underground, we vow to keep pressing forward, for we are the city of progress and our future is bright.
All right. I do wonder how this will shape his world. She was not happy about that. And Victor won't be either, but...
I thought that Talus boy was some kind of genius. Last year, didn't he launch a blimp halfway across the continent?
Airship, actually. An airship has a rigid metal hull. It's not a blimp.
It's a balloon, ain't it?
Sure as hell looks that way.
Pardon us if we aren't quite so refined as you, my lady.
What are you even doing here, Kiraman? Don't you have a cocktail party to attend?
Yeah. Ooh. All right. What's happening? Who did it? Was it Jinx? I don't know. Maybe it's just normal fire. I mean, I doubt it, but... What? They have, like, actual... I mean, I guess... of course. Ooh, shit. I mean, she ain't gonna die, but... Fuck. Does she... They have never met, right? Hmm. Do wonder what Jinx want to do here. If she has a plan at all.
Along with some of our research papers.
Oh, maybe she stole it.
The situation is still
Yeah.
No one in the Undercity has claimed responsibility yet.
How did it come to this?
For too long has the underground been left unchecked.
We've lost touch. They may not be your preferred constituents, but they're still our people. The Undercity cannot be controlled. Not by us.
So where does that leave us?
Mr. Talus, could the trenchers build a weapon with the stolen crystal?
Shimmer, body replacements. We've seen their ingenuity over the years. Of course they can.
If the right person got a hold of it, it's possible they could utilize its energy.
We need to address this immediately.
So what do we do?
I agree. It was my responsibility to safeguard this technology, and I failed. My mistake cost people their lives. I have come before you to recommend that we suspend all Hex-Tech operations until the situation is resolved, including our laboratories, the refinery, and the Hex Gates.
Have you lost your mind?
The Hex Gates must remain open.
Yeah.
Status as a global shipping lane depends on it. Thousands would lose their income.
Yeah, of course, with all the new riches that don't...
You would sacrifice your life's work?
Without the Hex Gates, my goods cannot reach foreign markets till winter. Am I to tell the Noxians their next shipment of wine will be vinegar?
Councilors, it appears we are at an impasse. If we shut down the Hex Gates, the city will suffer. But if we do nothing, we leave ourselves vulnerable to malefactors.
How is she gonna use this? How is she gonna use this?
The time has come to explore a more radical solution.
Oh no. Is she gonna try to?
Mr. Talus has demonstrated his commitment to our safety. He's willing to sacrifice his own enterprise. And it seems to me only Mr. Talus has the knowledge necessary to secure the Hex Gates. I propose that a new chair be brought forth, and that House Talus be elevated to this august body.
What?
As a councillor,
Okay.
you will have the resources necessary to protect all our investments.
Councilor Merdarda.
What is she cooking? Holy fuck.
The council has held 7 seats for generations.
Does the boy have any experience?
Only that of a scientist, like Heimerdinger.
I believe Councilor Medarda is right.
And he agrees.
Should be administered by a scientist. I second the motion.
Well then,
Interesting. Interesting. And this is a lot of responsibility for him, right? He's like unsure about what's gonna happen. Yeah, I mean, A real shocker. She doesn't hear us anything.
Half a dozen enforcers dead. Enforcers dead.
Yeah.
A building blown to pieces.
Oh. Yeah.
Do you have any idea what you've done?
Actually, I do. Happy Progress Day.
It's very interesting. Her chaos is supposed to like what Jayce has. She brought him what he needs. The question is, will it be good for him in the long term?
Hey, how you feeling?
I've had a break in the case.
Shouldn't you be resting?
While the trail is hot. Listen, you know how I suspect
All right.
the single mind behind the Undercity's violence?
The Great Conspiracy.
I think whoever attacked the square is our suspect.
You think so?
Showed up at the botched smuggling operation at the Hex Gates.
The Hex Gates?
Keep up. All this time, they've kept their dealings localized to the Undercity. Low priority. The attack on the square changes things. If I can figure out who made this, it could lead me directly to whoever's behind it all.
Like last time,
Staring me in the face.
when Vi and the crew overstepped.
How do you intend to prove any of this?
If I can just work this out, Marcus will have to listen.
If there's one thing I've learned about the Council, they need more than just theories.
Since when did you concern yourself with the Council's opinion?
Since I became a Councilor.
Yep.
Serious? When? Why?
Just now.
Have they discovered how to govern with grease and a spanner?
Haha. I was actually hoping you might consider joining my staff.
House Talus Security. That's a ceremonial position. I'd live behind a desk.
Almost died, Kate. I just be safe.
Yeah, but she doesn't want to be safe. Doesn't want to be protected.
You don't. After the attack, your parents spoke to the sheriff. This is the
Damn.
Don't need charity, Councilor. Yours or my parents.
Kate.
Get out.
Yeah, what is she gonna do? Is she gonna be a vigilante now? This is not the way to go, parents. This is how you make your daughter an outlaw, right? Vigilante justice. I mean, I don't know if, but sure as hell feels like she's gonna continue investigating, no matter what.
Speak with one of the inmates.
No, folks in here are usually very talkative.
This one was hit by friendly fire. He's got reason to talk. Must have been sent in today.
Oh. Inmate 2135.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm afraid that's not possible.
Why not?
Well, there's been an incident.
Oh, no, 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 no.
Not so pretty kind.
Was that Silco? Like, per proxy, right? Being like...
You'll be able to, as soon as he can move his jaw again.
Who assaulted him?
Another inmate, of course. Or maybe it was one of the wardens. Who knows? Wait, is she in prison? What the fuck? Is Vi in prison? Oh yeah! Vi is fucking in prison. I didn't see that coming. Holy fuck. I guess she was all this time. What a fucking twist. Holy fuck. I didn't know she was in prison all this time. Holy. I thought she was like part of maybe that crew who was hitting the underground people, but I guess not. So I don't know who the underground, like the masked skating squad is. Like they called them the Fire something. Okay. More factions. I dig it. Yeah, of course. I'm not very versed in techno, by the way, so I'm sorry if I get some of that wrong. Like, I don't know the subgenres. I don't even know if that's pure techno, because it's like, it's got vocals. And I'm more used to like most of the techno beats having none. But I do know some of like the like cyberpunk stuff has vocals as well. It's well, once you go under, you will never go back up. Interesting. Right. That's it for me. Alright, let's... Let us rewind. We're not gonna talk too long. Probably, hopefully. Like, I mean, I noted some of that stuff already, right? I love this, right? Just look at the shot. It's not straight. You do have like a very slightly tilted shot with like the sun coming up or maybe going down. I don't know. It looks like maybe it's coming down, right? For the night, right? And I guess it symbolizes a dawn for humanity. I guess no, this is like dawn now, right? So yeah, a dawn for humanity, and like all the light shines on the revolutionary Progress Day. Well, yeah, the cityscape, and we have Progress Day, and all of these watchtowers, right? You see them everywhere in the city. The building on the left, which is like probably a monument to Hextech, because you do have the crystal on the top, right? Almost like a symbol of it, and it looks like the blue crystals from the Hextech. But that is sick. That is fucking sick. Look at that shit. It's like, I was saying, like, it's like Mass Effect. It's like the mass relays. Shout out to anybody who's played Mass Effect. Boom, right? Sent right across the world. This is insane, right? The travel capital of the world, having like the patents as a country or as like a city, having the patents to such extreme technology that the whole world could benefit from, which means like you are basically the harbor of the world, right? All of the goods that need to be sent across all kinds of nations that are right, left, above, below. You're the center point of that. Everything goes through you, and with that, obviously, as it was in the olden days, right? In the olden days, basically, if you possessed a bridge, every merchant who was going across that bridge had to pay their toll, right? Because they were using your bridge in order to transport their wares. And it's even more than that, right? It's like as if you have like the major airport in the entire world, basically, right? Or you are the center point of the internet, right? And you would start being like, right, charge for it because everything goes through your... I mean, the internet doesn't work like that, but everything goes through your country. And obviously they'd want to keep it. And it's so cool, right? You see the blimp and then the second layer, or the steel ship, and the second layer is like, it got sent away. Fucking hell. What an image. And we do have Progress Day celebrations and all these little gadgets and doodads, which, to be fair, would have been happening with and without Hextech. But I think it's very cool that Hextech also kind of spurred on this enthusiasm for science in general, right? For engineering and all of that. And this looks like a steampunkish society that is just about to go into an even more futuristic kind of deal. And we do have different species, which we haven't seen before, right? Very interesting. But I think it's cool that they're like, oh, look at this guy. He is, and I know him and whatnot, and introducing him and whatnot. And he's being polite and all of that, but he does not give much about for like He doesn't give a fuck about the Councilor now. He's like, okay, you threw me to the curb before. I don't hate you, but right, I don't owe you anything. But he's clearly very much still into her, right? He's very much still into what was her name? Kate, right? He's very much still into Kate. And she's kind of having a soft spot for him, but I don't know if she hasn't moved on. It feels maybe like that. Either way, they still got like some like a nice mutual relationship going on, right? There was never any animosity between the two of them. And her, like, I guess her parents' actions kind of caused that, right? That she became an officer, went down the justice and law path, right? Despite maybe being intelligent enough and talented enough and probably having enough education to become somebody in the academy. Because that's clearly the two of them know each other from the academy. I don't know who he reminds me of with like the white suit and the red tie and whatnot. I know like maybe the guy from Onishi from Technolize, but not him actually. I know there's some other character in media that I've seen that is kind of looking like Jayce. And I'm not quite sure who it is, but yeah. I do love the banter. I do love like the chemistry between some of these people. It's really cool to see how everything developed. But yeah, we do have some shady creatures going on here. In both cases, right? We have this guy who I didn't think he would croak, right? And be like, oh, this fucking girl, she's insane. But I guess at this point, it's been that way for years. And she's been trouble for years. And she's still a Jayce. Basically, I mean, this time she doesn't give a fuck, right? And it's like also kind of mental issues. That's kind of fucking her up, not gonna lie. Shipping manifest, corruption, right? But then they are coming in, that was such a cool drop, right? All of them just like very silently, very stealthily hovering there, right? And they're clearly like a gang or something, but yeah, right? We turned the hoverboards basically around, and then we just fucking swoop in like with the most swagger people out there, right? Skateboarding, throwing things at people that kind of crystallize them, whatever reason. Maybe that's magic too, right? Maybe that's also hex tech, but I don't know. I don't know even if the skateboards are hex tech. Could also just be shimmer in a way, right? Shimmer technology. We know like that you can do like some tech stuff with that. I mean, Silco has his eye, and apparently he's injecting shimmer into it, but we don't know. Yeah, look at that fucking swagger. Whoever that is, I don't even know if they're still alive, right? Or if they're dead at this point. Either way, they were going for the shimmer, which Silco and the other team or whatever wanted to smuggle in. I don't need to heavily empathize how absolutely crisp the art is. I did that in like before. And the atmosphere too, right? As soon as Jinx comes in, there's like this, and the trap is set, suddenly there's this like ultraviolet light, bam, it's here, right? Like, and you immediately know who it is, right? So, and then we go to red, which is like threat, right? Something's happening that's not good for us. All the grenades, and yeah, that's the thing, right? Jinx going for it, right? That is a cool mask, by the way, a really, really cool mask. It was like the animal carcass, basically. But yeah, this is a girl, and she knocks her mask off, and she has pink hair, and when she turns around, she imagines her being Vi, right? But it's the Vi from back in the day. Look at that. It's a young Vi, so she wouldn't look like that at this point in time. This is so interesting how we do have like a very interesting way to display trauma, right? Like these moments, these last moments she had with her, and we overlap that with these child drawing, like screaming, ugly, right, grimaces basically. And we do repeat the interaction. Everything kind of stands still for a second. There's like she's like frozen, right, and going through this as she is even seeing herself basically in her memories, although that's not possible, right? But And this right symbolism, the divide between the two of them that happened in that moment. But yeah, that is trauma. That is flashbacks, right? That is like intense emotional trauma. I guess you could say, right? Being abandoned, being hurt dramatically. It's not the traditional sense of trauma. Traditional sense of trauma would be combat experience. It would be the R word, rape, right? It would be a very traumatic accident. It would be a very traumatic act of violence, right? And with threat of life, right? But childhood trauma is something separate, right? And there's more to it than that. And like if your primary person of care, that the person you are bound to, basically, right? I don't know how to express it properly. I mean, right? But if your primary relationships get damaged like that, obviously there can be trauma from that. Like a lot of denial too, right? It's just not accepting reality. And like I said trauma because like this reminds me of like post-traumatic stress disorder, right? Where you have flashbacks, you have vivid memories, right? Flashbacks are, by the way, different from memories in the sense that memories are like intrusive, yes, but you're just remembering what happened. And in terms of like flashbacks, you do believe you're back in that situation, right? And this seems almost flashbacky. It's insane, right? And when the person actually cuts herself loose from her and runs away, her immediate response is shoot her in the back, right? It's not even conscious, it's instinctual. And then we burn everything to the crisp. She doesn't, right? I mean, of course she cares, but it's that thing of like that defiance that's within her, right? That's her, I guess that is a defense mechanism as well, right? You bring that up, you're like, okay, somebody's telling me I did something wrong or I messed something up, and that is her trauma experience, right? Like back in the day when she was a child with Vi and everybody else, right? She has all of that lingering guilt of being responsible for Vander's death in a way, being responsible for Milo's death, for the entire crew and the death of everybody else who was in that, and being like a constant curse and jinx on people, right? That people have been telling her over and over. And at this point in time, it did hurt so much that her trauma response is immediately, it's like, what about it? Fuck you, right? It's like that defiance that comes from it, right? Like just live with it, embrace it. And she doesn't totally embrace it, right? Like Joker-esque, but there's Joker vibes in there. Which is very interesting. It starts at the shoes, right? When she first appears. I don't know when she did first appear, right? Somewhere here, right? When they just throw the thing and they're like, it's her. Like, because they already know her, she's notorious, so she can actually stop them pretty effectively, but oftentimes she messes things up and she has collateral damage. Be that through like just being careless and insane and just not giving a fuck, or be that through, in this case here, having a trauma response and then just messing things up in the moment, losing control. But yeah, boom, and then we go in there. The first thing we do see is her going up, the smoke coming up, yeah. Right, the Joker shoes. Those are Joker shoes, right? Literally. Okay, so yeah, we've seen her. She's grown up, but like we said during the reaction, she's still kind of acting like a teenager. We do have this parallel storyline going on. Again, I don't talk much about it because it's very face value often with Jayce and Victor and Heinedegger. He looks like a fucking, like, he looks like the man. But yeah, he was built up like that, right? If you like being pushed like that and like be the shining figure after a while, people put you on a pedestal, and that has an effect on how you dress, how you conduct yourself, the way you interact with people, the looks you have, like the fashion. I mean, look at that self-assuredness when he hammers it down, right? He's like, I know what I'm doing. And we do have the future, basically, right? Like the Doom Fist, basically. and the surgical gloves and everything. Like the possibility. And Victor is always also very, very excited about it. And maybe we talked about this is literally materia from Final Fantasy, okay? It literally is, but yeah. The possibilities are endless, of course, right? To create something like that, an energy source that is so beyond everything, like beyond Steam. Like this is like putting yourself like 200 years in the future in terms of like technology. The only difference between like magic and electricity in this case would be, in my opinion, well, first of all, magic can do a couple of things that simple electricity can't, right? Like popping you out of existence and into existence somewhere else, right? Stuff like that, right? So you instrumentalize magic. That's the one part, right? You instrumentalize magic, and specifically the magic is the thing that's making things happen, while you just push something in, like push energy through it, right? And direct it and control it in a way. And the other thing is like, it's like actually using magic as the source for something that could be done mechanically, right? That could just be a very, very good invention. Yeah, in general. And she's snooping. I do love that she's like, never mind. Let me just. I'm curious. And yeah, I mean, right? They know what they're doing, right? She's hot. But she's also very likable, and that's what makes her a good character, right? Like, you do have the appeal, and you do have the history with Jayce, and obviously it's very interesting how we do connect various characters across like 3 corners, right? Where Jinx, like the stuff that's happening with Jinx later, is affecting her, which she is in connection with Jayce, and Jayce is in connection with the Council and Hextech and everything that's developed with the Upper City and how they thrived in the last time, right? And this is connected to the Council work, which is like the Council is trying to convene and try to figure out how to solve the crime problem in the Undercity. So everything is connected in a way. Yeah, I wouldn't have expected him to croak like that, but I guess he broke at this point. He's like, fuck this shit. Like, there's been so many times that she messed shit up and didn't give a fuck. And I'm just fucking sick of it, right? But he's afraid of Silco. Very interesting. That big burly guy who's just like, is so afraid of. I mean, Silco has the connections, right? He has the underworld. He has like everything in the grasp of his hand, and he's a very intelligent man. As maybe opposed to him, who is just like on the average side of intelligence, and he follows Silco because he respects him. Be that on the level of his intelligence and strategic mind, or be that on the level of just knowing that he holds sway in the underworld. All of these things. And he's still an asshole. He's still an asshole. And he's now at this point, he's like all the way up in the supply chain, right? Now that his like, I don't want to say his better half because they weren't in a relationship, but now that his better half, his partner, basically died back in the day with all the shit happening in the Undercity and Vander and whatnot, and Silco. And we go back to that, and it almost looks like a cyberpunk city, right? We went from steampunk to cyberpunk. And it's very interesting because you don't need high tech to make it a cyberpunk. Like, I mean, maybe technically you need high tech to make it cyberpunk, right? But most of the elements of cyberpunk are already here. You do have artificial limbs. You do have crazy technology, right? You do have neon lights. You do have drugs. You do have the atmosphere of the Undercity being rebelling against the establishment, right? And the establishment is the Council with the Upper City, with the nobility, but also with progression and technology and everything in their grasp, right? So it is there's a lot of parallels between that, like on an atmospheric level, on a thematic level. But yeah, she sees Jinx as a real problem. I mean, I would too if I lost an arm to her. But also, yeah, she's kind of putting a wrench in her plans. Oftentimes, at least that's implied. I love the attention to detail, right? The focus pulls and how we just show the intricate little details. We keep that up, right? We keep up the production value and how everything is. The way she drops down and she's like drooping like a child almost in front of him. In front of him, she's not the crazy like. I mean, obviously later she's letting it out a little bit, and he knows that side of her exists. But in front of him, she's just like the child, basically. That's all she is. Pink hair, and we're doing that. I know, no, sister's right, and she's just like, I'm right. She's just pushing it away in like a quirky way. She's like, whatever, right? Not wanting to show that vulnerability immediately, right? Can't live with them, can't stuff them back in the old baby maker, right? And you do see look at that, like the way we just switch over, right? Like almost like reminds me almost a little bit of like Lord of the Rings with the golem scene, where like the two golems talk to one another. There's like this idea that she is unhinged, right? This is what we're expressing her in the way she's acting, and she's like very like snappy in some of her movements, and in other movements then she's slower again, which kind of creates this irregularity that's making you feel uncomfortable to a degree. He is very perfectly comfortable with her. I do wonder if him raising her, if that's been more of a good influence on her or more of a bad influence on her. Because obviously they're all criminals, they're in the Undercity or whatnot, but the question is, without him, how would she have developed, right? What would have been, right? Where would she have swung if she just would have hung with just a normal gangster crowd or whatever? As opposed to him actually supposedly not being abusive to her, but taking actual care of her, even if he's teaching her the wrong morals, right? And even if she's living in a world of violence, she did that before, although she was very like shielded from it. You do see that in the early, when she's young and she's like not used to fighting, and Vi was exposed more to that world of violence than her, obviously being the older one. Sevika, that ogre couldn't clean a dust bunny with a blowtorch. I don't need time, and he's like, take it anyway, right? He's like, but the problem is, right, she's gonna take that time and it's gonna get to her thinking, and she's gonna do the same thing she did as a child, just a little bit more unhinged, and that is just go about and do your own shit, think you're gonna help somebody, and in the end, possibly mess it up and create chaos galore, right? I mean, he was angry at first, but then he was, okay, this might have been useful. But the question is, how useful was it in comparison to how much it actually shook up overall? She stole a whole lot of Hextech bunch, which tech and whatnot, right? To help him, because he was saying that earlier. It was like, it's a real problem. They're leaving us behind, right? With all of that Hextech and whatnot. We have our shimmer, but it's right. It's not that great. And we are at a disadvantage more and more. And this is not what he wants. He's the person who is like, we want our freedom, right? We want our rights. That's not what we get. And she's very bored with everybody except for the Golden Boy, because the Golden Boy can make her money and get her city the reputation she wants it to have, right? Look at this frame. Insane, right? The different reactions we talked about that are like fat merchant guy who's not all that smart, who's kind of a little bit pissed off whenever Jayce comes into the scene, because he's like, now the limelight is not onto me anymore because he's being admired, right? Broad shoulders taking in the entire frame, right? And everybody looking at him, and everybody in comparison to him in this frame, small, insignificant. They're all looking up to him, right? But he was looking for an excuse to kind of talk to her. And she was spurning him on. Interesting that you switched from the white dress to the black dress, almost maybe symbolically, right? That she went into the direction of, yeah, I'm going more and more for this power play and just making the city as notorious as possible, right? As famous as possible, as profitable as possible for the sake of my ambition, as opposed to before that she was more, yeah, ambitious, but also like in the spirit of like progress itself, not in the spirit of progress leads me to more money, more reputation and whatnot. A little bit was in there always, but like I do feel like there was this like transition, it feels like, and maybe that dress kind of exemplifies that. And she's being very manipulative here, right? Being like, I've already spoken to several potential investors before she even knows if there's something, right? But she's like, this boy, he's got talent, he's gonna whip something up, right? That I can sell to them. Insane set design. Insane set design. Even beyond like all of the graffiti and the neon and whatnot, we do have this like this old reactor almost that she's sitting in, right? It's like this thing could fall apart at any second. All of kinds of things are hanging from the wires. You do have like all of these giant industrialized fans and whatnot. And she's talking to a Milo, and to a, like, again, I don't know his name, that she built herself, right? Not Vi, of course not. And she's talking to them as if they're still alive, right? And sometimes they appear to her almost like they're alive, which is insane. It shows that there's like this deviation from reality. She's still rooted in reality, but like every once in a while and more reality is just like the reality is just leaving her behind, and she's living in almost a psychotic state, which very well done. Again, Victor, I don't know, maybe he's sick. It feels that way. Or maybe he's always been coughing and whatnot, and I mean, he's always been a little bit weak, but it feels like he's actively sick here. Right, and we do have all of these people being affected by this. I think it's very interesting. She's like shaking her head. She's like, all right, he's gonna have a speech again, right? That's what she's thinking at this moment. And later on, we see her correcting the other guards, and I don't think it's in a way to be like, oh, I know more than you. It's more like her actually hearing them joking about Jayce and being defensive about him. The hammer on the one side and like the key on the other side, maybe the academy symbol, I don't know what it is, but yeah, that's cool for him. And everybody loves somebody who's like, my family's been from working class, right? Like we've never been rich and whatnot. We're the common people, right? Everybody loves that because a lot of people can connect to that, right? Or a lot of people are like liking the ideal of strive, right? Of becoming somebody more than you actually were before, right? Going beyond your means through genius and effort and all of that. But he's looking to Heidegger and he's like, I can't betray this man, right? I can't betray the trust he's given me, the lenience he has given me all of this time, right? He's the voice of reason, and so I'm gonna listen to him. And I'm gonna charm my way through this to still make it a cool thing. And like the guards are gonna have their talk, right? They're gonna do their thing. They're gonna be like, whatever, this guy, I thought he had more in petto, but they're only doing that out of like envy in a way, right? Because they're like, oh, this guy, he's so, everybody loves him and whatnot, fucking prick, right? And this is why she's defending him. She's like, she has that connection to him. Switching the camera shortly, like the memory card. Right. Yeah, and the fire. I mean, we talked about that before. Great. I love the fire effects. I don't know what they're doing with it because it doesn't seem CG and it doesn't seem like classic animated. Not sure. Definitely makes everything seem very visceral, very, very clear. But she's like very Joker-like in all of what she's doing. Happy Progress Day. She's leaving like the blimp there and everything else is smeared with like colors and like spray paint graffiti and whatnot. Yeah. And here we have the opposite, right? Chaos. And here we do have... Oh, I love that shot with like Heidegger with... Oh... I might say his name wrong, by the way. Like, Heidegger, you know what? Whatever. And they're talking about it. Look at that. Well, he's looking out the window to the city. Everybody else talking. Look how the council room changed. Right? I do feel like it changed, right? The table is now a gear and wasn't before, but maybe I'm wrong. Great focus pull on the two of them, right? And he's a sidekick, right? Victor is kind of a sidekick, but I do feel like he's a... I don't know. Victor is a cool guy too. He believed in him, right? They made it happen. Look at that. Back again, right? Back again in the same room being scrutinized. Not really, but yeah. Look how we're shooting this scene. Him standing there and like the camera from up above as if it's above him, right? Judging him in a way, right? He's being pressed down. He's small in the frame as opposed to how he was earlier when he came in the frame and we see his back and everything gets taken in by him, by his statue. Right? Now it gets taken in too, but we're like, it's like we're getting close to him, right? Like we're pressuring him. And it's all the economy, right? Who the fuck cares about the people and the security and whatnot? I mean, obviously they need to uphold that to a degree, but they don't like that at all if they can't make the profits. And she is having a political play. She is definitely having a political... She's using Jayce to get even more ahead in her own game, right? Instrumentalizing him. Putting him in as a counselor. She knows she has sway with him, right? Maybe not the perfect sway, she knows that, but in some way she's cooking up something that's gonna be beneficial for her. She's listening to her music. I do love the axe which is just on her outfit in the front here. It's like, it's very unique. I haven't seen it before. Like, maybe I've seen it before, but not in that way, right? She's constructing her gear and whatnot. She's like, oh yeah, I destroyed. But she knows what she's doing, she's saying. Well, she's saying that. Right? And Silco, right, he doesn't know what to think of it yet, right? How to judge it. That's why he's saying nothing, because he can't be like, it was bad anyway, and he can't be like, oh, you're great, right? Because he doesn't want to do either. He has that, right? There's mixed emotions going on inside of him. And the way she's like, I don't know, ingratiating herself to him, right? Like a child proud to present her like science project or something, or like the good grade she got or whatever. But in another way. I mean, maybe she's being manipulative here. I don't know. Maybe she is. Could be that she's got even more malicious intent in there. But I feel like this is just wanting affection, right? It's like, I messed up and he thinks I'm stupid. He thinks I'm useless. I can't have that, which is going back to that, well, traumatic experience of her just being constantly told she's not doing good. She's messing everything up, stuff like that, right? She parted ways with that. I do love the play with the gun. Do wonder if he's really the one being manipulated here, and if she's intentionally doing it or unintentionally, right? Both of these can happen. Her playing with her gun and thinking about the case, and him coming in with the flowers. And we do show her, she's very interesting, right? Like in, yeah, I mean, it's underwear basically, right? So, but she doesn't mind with him, obviously, right? They had a thing going on. But still, right, he is still really very much into her, but she is like trying to prove herself. She's too busy with the thing she's got, right? She's got her sights on, right? The injustice that she's trying to fight, which is certainly like in part a result of all of these little experiences that happened through her parents and all that. Maybe also what she was saying earlier, where she was like, my parents never wanted to let me see the real world, right? They also always sheltered me. And that's why I needed to break out of this, right? And that's why I'm like, it almost feels like she's an outlaw. Like, she got fired, right? She's not in her position anymore. So now she technically isn't allowed anywhere, but she's still trying to use that position to get in and talk to our inmate here in order to actually get some information. Looking absolutely badass here. But yeah, she's like, I don't need your charity and not my parents' charity. She's like, he doesn't mean it that way, right? He's like, Kate, I'm giving you an opportunity to do your thing, right? While you're still in an official position because you just got fired, right? I'm like, it's no issue, right? And I do need somebody I can trust anyway, but she sees that as him pitying her and being like, you just got fired, right? Wanting to protect her as well, because she's like, I would be behind a desk. That is not who I want to be. And he's like, maybe better when you're not in danger because I care a lot about you. But she sees that as like coddling, which with her history and the parents and whatnot, obviously the immediate response is going to be no, and I'm going to do it anyway, and I'm going to do it as riskily as I want to, right? We're all under pressure here. This atmosphere, holy fuck, right? The lighthouse, the penitentiary, but he got attacked. And he didn't get attacked by somebody like I thought, at first I was like, Silco told this person to clean up, and that person probably got him like taken out so that he couldn't talk. But no, it's Vi. Love the reflective surface on the ground. Vi in prison. Holy fuck. Shit. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect her to be in prison. I thought she was maybe part of like the whatchamacallem, Silco named them earlier on. He was like the fire whatever, right? The firelights, right? The firelights, whatever they were, right? Sounds a little bit like the fireflies from Last of Us to us, right? Terrorist group? Maybe, I don't know. Maybe also just foreign group could be too, right? Like foreign interference and whatnot, spies, assassins. Or a different faction of the underworld, right? We'll see who those are. But yeah, that was Arcane, episode 4. Holy shit. I think I have time for one more. We're gonna jump right into it in just a sec. Yeah, I'll see you there. Right. Arcane, episode 4 is gonna start in just a second. As you can see, we have full light right now. It's full or ultraviolet. It's purple. It is Jinx colored because Jinx, of course. It is great that I actually chose this color for this portion of the recording and all of that. Very interestingly enough, unfortunately, I don't have a pink color, so we had a big Jinx focus in episode 4. I do wonder if in episode 5 there's actually gonna be more of a Vi focus. I can very well imagine that this might be the case. That we will have a Vi focus because we just opened up on Vi on the huge twist. She's been in prison all along. I do wonder how all of this time in prison has affected her because, of course, we have seen the violence in the first moments we saw her again, right? And the violence she's enacted upon this, like one of our crew, right, one of Silco's crew, basically. So obviously it would stand to reason that in a place where the strongest is the one who actually calls the shots, right? The one who survives, right? Where might is right and where you have to constantly watch your back, she would go more and more into this violence mode, especially with all of these unresolved issues with Powder, Vander, whatnot, right? And the hatred she probably has for Silco and his crew, who messed all of this up, who actually caused all of this to happen. It would make sense, it would stand to reason that she would go more and more into violence. So it's very interesting that our two sisters, basically, both of them, were in different environments and now show different signs of violent, erratic, chaotic behavior. And there's definitely a distinction, right? For Vi, it feels more bare-knuckle violence, right? And she had that from the beginning on when we started following her and Powder and whatnot and the crew. Even when Vander was still there, but Jinx didn't always have that. Powder didn't always have that. And she has a very different expression of it. It's more cheery, it's more chestery, it's more Joker, basically, while Vi is more just head-on, right? More just aggression, pure aggression and frustration. And yeah. There's a lot in her, probably. Guilt, whatnot. I'll be very curious to see how this develops. And I do wonder, I'm saying this right now because maybe I would probably forget if I didn't say this right now. I do wonder if we are going to have a 3-act structure with this, right? With the first 3 episodes being Act 1, and then we had a time jump, and then the next 3 episodes being Act 2, and then maybe there's gonna be another cut, right? Another, be that a physical cut as in a time jump, basically. Or be that maybe a cut in themes, right, on a thematic level. Or be that maybe a cut in the sense of a singular point at the end of episode 6 where there's an explosion, right, an escalation of events that lead to extreme stress and extreme chaos and extreme confrontation between all of our parties and groups and whatnot. Everything's just gonna come to blows. I can very well imagine any of those or any combination of those. So let's jump in. Let's fucking go. A foggy, cold forest on a winter's day. Okay. And she's training. Okay, that's cool. Apparently we're out in nature now. Did we see you before? Like, you look a little bit like Kate, but I don't know if you are. No. You're actually not. Oh yeah, no, you are. You are. She looks very similar to Jinx as well. But yeah. This is Kate, right? And that's her symbol. Or the symbol of the city, maybe? Maybe the symbol of the city. Yeah, and she was training with her. And maybe this is where the admiration comes from, right? Where is she? Right. But she doesn't care. She doesn't care about her fucking trophies. She wanted to beat her.
Did my parents pay you to let me win?
That's a serious accusation.
You held your shot. I saw you.
Oh, to let her win, okay.
The trophy is yours. You earned it.
You haven't answered my question.
Diplomacy.
Your parents didn't pay me. I just thought you deserved it. I'm an enforcer. For me, knowing how to handle this weapon means being able to protect people. To be of service to the city. That's trophy enough. Begs the question, young Kerman. What are you shooting for?
Impression. Yeah, this stuck with her.
There's no record of you or your crimes. What are you here for?
My sunny personality.
You attacked an inmate. Why?
Why not?
He was a witness in an ongoing investigation.
Bummer.
Just a waste of time.
Couldn't have put it better. Hey, give Silco a kiss on that winning eye of his, will you?
Ooh. Information.
The industrialist.
Okay, this is getting old. Can you just send in whoever's gonna kick the shit out of me so I can get on with my night?
The red line, we're gonna cross it.
Mean anything to you?
Is she gonna be rewarded with violence?
Where did you get this?
My question first. You work for Silco?
They all do. How can anyone not know that? Where did you find this?
There was an attack. This is evidence. I need proof if I'm to believe what you're saying about Silco.
I could get it for you. Just not from in here.
To get me the fuck out of here. She can't.
In what bad world would I trust someone like you?
Someone like me? You enforcers are all the same. Just asshole criminals in fancy uniforms. You know what? Find Silco yourself.
I will, thank you.
Undercity's gonna eat you alive.
He's challenging her justice, right? Her sense of morality, her sense of...
Councilor Tallis, concerning inmate 516.
Not cooperative, huh? You want us to have a chat with her?
No,
Oh.
it's for her release.
Huh. Since when's he a counselor?
Since today.
Ooh. Has she forged the signature? Because she refused him, right?
You know, never even thought to count.
He had a lot of chats with her. Chats. Does chats mean you beat her up, or does chats mean actually talk to her? And she's actually releasing her. Interesting. I mean, we only lost a few years, right? Vi doesn't just lose her sense of negotiation, and interestingly enough, she didn't lose herself to anger completely, right? So she's still the same person on a basic level. Obviously, there's something that changed her anyway. Now, they build you up, and then they break you down, right? Interesting lyrics. Once you're not useful anymore. Ooh, what is that tune?
These brave enforcers sacrificed their lives to defend the values of our great city.
Alright.
To some, they are mothers.
A memorandum.
Fathers.
Is this a flashback, or is it just...
Daughters. But to all, they are heroes.
Is this today, or is it in the past? Oh, strange to bury a dead in the dirt, right? Like, back to nature, I guess, but not in a sarcophagus.
Who was this, Daddy?
A good woman.
Somebody he admired, right? That was surprising.
I lost 6 officers. 6! She pushed it too far this time. The council's up in arms. I can't make this go away for you unless you give me something to...
Those are the ones that died, right?
Pressing her would be doing you a favor.
I don't need favors. I need you to do your job.
And he's still crooked. I mean, I assumed as much.
Thorn in both our sides. They ambushed my shipment at the Hex Gates on the same day as the attack. It seems to me the council has its culprit.
Oh, that's tidy for you. What if I'm not interested in playing along?
We've accomplished a lot together, Marcus. Sheriff. And there is more yet to achieve. I hope you can remain a part of it.
Oh, I never realized that position is sheriff and not officer. But I guess it makes sense.
For their families. From an anonymous concerned citizen.
Is he gonna take it? He is, but what is he gonna do? That's the question. And Silco knows he might be doing rash things if he... Right? Just like...
Smuggling fiasco was nothing. These manifests are full of discrepancies dating back months.
This is a poor use of our time.
I'm a counselor now, Victor. It's my responsibility to make sure the Hex Gates are safe and protected.
What about our pledge to improve lives? For those in need? For the Undercity?
I mean, it's also your responsibility, I guess.
Soon we can do everything.
Soon? There are people who need our help now, Jayce.
You wanted to see me?
Have your people ever reviewed these logs?
Mr. Tallis, I assure you.
Counselor, and the only assurance I need is that you will search and seize any unauthorized merchandise. I've made a list of suspicious transactions.
All due respect, Councilor. Today's your first day.
Second.
Right. You sure you don't want to confer with the other councilors before?
This corruption runs deep, Sheriff. I intend to root it out. Have you made any progress with the stolen gemstone?
Yes. Chief suspect is an Undercity gang. They call themselves Wildlands. They operate like phantoms doing hit and runs on civilians and disappearing.
Yeah, he is sick. What is happening? Like losing consciousness?
Victor, you alright?
A headache. I need to get to the lab.
I hope he's not gonna get desperate or something. Maybe he's looking for a cure for himself. Or does the hex tech have some effect on people that we don't know yet?
It's all about these runes. They form some kind of mathy, magic-y gateway to the realm of EBGBs. And this turns it on. So, here goes.
Oh no, she's experimenting. Something's gonna explode. And now she knows. Now she knows for sure. But yeah, there's the emotional impact, that the fear.
No, it was a mistake. It was a mistake.
Ah, she's not facing it, right? She's not facing what happened.
I heard the bathysphere has a nice view. That could be a good way to get a lay of the land.
Too risky.
I guess she isn't rusty. Holy fuck. I don't think a skirt is really good for doing that, Kate. You might want to pick up some pants or something. I mean... Oh, that is cool. That is such a cool shot. She would fit right in with the firelights. Like the swagger. I wonder if there's somebody with the firelights that we do know, or if it's just a completely new faction. Fuck, this is insane! Look at this shot! Holy... Home turf. Home fucking turf. But it's different.
Nice jacket.
Bro, was this guy just fucking... Was this guy just fucking here? What is this geezer doing? He's faster than them.
You almost got me killed. My little sister could do that when she was 7. All us fisherfolk can. Don't you want to blend in?
Yeah, better fucking... That's what you meant with nice jacket. Alright, time to dress up. Dress to impress.
Vision? What if we've been looking at it backwards? We've been trying to discover runes that invoke specific effects and then molding them to a useful function. Tools, as you like to put it. But, if the legends are true, mages aren't bound to single functions. It's said the Arcane speaks through them.
I'm still not following.
Channel it. Hmm.
You think Hextech can learn?
It's math.
Are you sure this is safe?
Of course not.
You gotta test it out, and once you got it, then you gotta make it safe. Just don't release it before that. Holy fuck. I mean...
No, thank you.
Permission out.
Are you going to question him?
About
She is gorging.
Definitely not above board.
Silco, his connections. Isn't that why we're here?
We're here because I'm hungry.
Don't be obvious.
Food is like, no, of course you don't.
Unbelievable. I didn't break you out of jail to eat slop. I knew this was a terrible idea. You don't actually know anything, do you?
Better than I remember.
You don't know the lay of the land. She's still got all the tricks. But you don't fit in yet. You don't fit in with the officers either.
I have a
Give it a little bit of time, though.
Since my parents brought me for the Winterfest.
We're not here for the performance. Your house is in trouble. That merchant formerly enjoyed certain leniencies with regard to her trade in exchange for her generous academy patronage.
By leniencies, you mean corruption.
Amara's harmless. Oh, look at those two stooges.
Councilors Hoskell and Sella? Don't they hate each other?
But they share a taste for the fine and Noxian spirits. Technically an illegal import.
I tightened our security.
And in so doing, put a target on your back. There are those who covet your power over the wealth the Hex Gates afford, and would take any opportunity to seize it from you. You've just made yourself everyone's common enemy, Jayce.
No, you have to play their game, that's the problem, right? Bro, I don't like how her... I don't like how her tails are so fucking long because they just scrape over the floor. But I guess it is what it is. I guess she wasn't back since then. The walls speak. Or it's like, what you want? Don't point that thing at me. She actually fucking shot it. Can you not? Hello? It's just a bird. Cobwebs. Nobody's used it in forever. Gonna... Ooh. Holy shit, it's all breaking in, huh? Okay. She fights differently though. She fights differently. I wonder if Vi's gonna drop in on her. Or if they miss each other. Sick transition. Sick transition.
Well, that place does look like it has bodies buried in the basement.
You don't know anything.
Yeah, it's got history. I mean, it's very hard if you don't know anybody, right? Dude, Hijacker is just too good for this world.
No one's asking you to. These are simply favors amongst friends.
I never wanted anything to do with politics. You pushed this on me.
You're a symbol of the future now, Jayce, whether you like it or not. With that comes the potential to shape your own destiny. The Council assumes you'll fail. Time to prove them all wrong. Once again. Welcome, Amara.
Stop manipulating him. She's manipulating him hard.
Councilor Tallis.
Medarda.
He's just as precocious as ever. I had quite a shock this morning. Enforcers banging on my door.
I hope you'll understand. Jayce had to make a show of safety, but he's here now to negotiate all his deals personally. Councilor Tallis is willing to reinstate former trade privileges to those who share his vision. Can we count you amongst them?
Councilor Bulbach seems to think other arrangements would be more profitable.
Well, the man's a fool. With him, you'd be investing in the past. With us, you'd be investing in the future.
This is how she's like us.
Dara's right. The Hex Gates are only the beginning. In fact, we're currently looking for new partners in our Hex Tech research. And as a supporter of House Tallis, you'd be the first in line to any of our advancements.
How can I say no to such an auspicious offer?
Hextech Partners.
Has a nice ring, doesn't it?
Your audience awaits, Councilor.
I don't like this. Stop corrupting Jayce. Let him be the visionary he wants.
Indeed.
He wants to be. Literally, the prof is the only one who is not... who's just enjoying the show. And he's just here for science. What will it cost you, Jayce? What will it cost you in the end? Ooh. Tilted angle, I love it.
All the secrets are spilled.
I mean, she ain't wrong. Everything screams that she doesn't belong here.
How exactly do you propose we go about this?
Let him think you work here.
She's like, you do it.
The problem is,
Please, tell me.
you expect everyone to give you what you want.
Mm,
If you really want people to talk to you, you have to let them think you have what they want.
yeah.
And what do I have?
You're hot, Cupcake. So what'll it be, man or woman?
Hi, I'm Pam. What's your name?
Matilda. But you can call her whatever you want.
Yes, Matilda. My parents named me Matilda after my
No, no.
Matilda.
Holy shit. Is she gonna go and be like, what's up?
Would you believe it?
Oh, yeah. She knows, right? She's been there from the beginning.
Sheriff, what a lovely surprise.
The Hextech Wonder Boy is on the council now. And he's asking questions. It's only a matter of time before he finds the truth.
What is truth but a survivor's story?
If I'm discovered, we're both finished.
Good thing you've located proof of the Firelight's involvement.
This has gone too far.
Imagining yourself a hero. One final act to make you the martyr you've always seen yourself as.
What the fuck? He actually put it immediately. What? Holy shit. Oh, he didn't. He was imagining it. Okay. Okay. Like the inside of him, he's like, I would love to.
You need to weaponize the Hextech soon. Once we've cracked their prize, Topside will have no power over us.
I can't do it. Just give it to the doctor.
You're the only one I can trust with this, Jinx.
I keep seeing them. That day.
Keeps coming back.
Fear haunts us all. Child.
Sweetheart, it was real sad to hear about Vander. And the kids. Just terrible.
By the looks of it, no one down here lifted a finger to stop Silco.
A few tried. But Silco's got the muscle and the money. He took over the last straw.
I saw.
Things have changed without Vander looking out for us.
Have you heard anything about Powder? I think Silco has her.
You don't know?
I have to find her.
Oh, she's not saying. Does she know and not saying that?
Irregular.
Ooh, this is gonna be a weird meeting. Shit. I don't know if she knows or not. She's very good with her poker face. She's just like, oh, okay. Okay. She's a natural.
You did well today.
I had a good teacher.
That is very interesting, like the reminiscent drop.
Those old fools on the council officially accept your research.
He doesn't think that way.
Hammers in the hands of the people, and they built this magnificent city. Imagine
Hmm.
the wonders they could create if we put magic in their hands.
The world will never be the same. The Medardas usually only take from the world. We're not often in the position to give anything back.
I couldn't have done it without you.
Oh yeah, we're pinging. Yeah. I mean, that was already kind of a slight hinge of it last episode, but yeah. But I do wonder if she's manipulating him or if she's actually interested in that way.
That's beautiful.
I can't figure out why it's not working.
You will.
Hmm.
Are you headed home soon?
Oh, holy shit, what is happening today?
I'm probably going to sleep here tonight.
Again? You know, there's always tomorrow, right?
Ah, that might be a touchy subject to him. I mean, he doesn't realize, but it's fine. Is he gonna figure something out? Or is he gonna kill himself with it? I hope not. Hmm. Oh, frustration. Being so close. Ooh. Where's this coming from? Hmm. Ooh, it's reacting to the blood. I almost thought so. It's reacting to the blood. Meanwhile, Jayce is gonna get some sexy times. Ooh, okay. Ooh, I wonder why we're blending this. Ooh. The night sky. Ooh, in the water surface.
You told
Ooh.
me a million times.
Vander wasn't the man you thought he was.
Right. He was like a brother to you and he turned his back and blah, blah, blah. Did I miss anything?
I've got a new one for you. That day, I let a weak man die.
Himself. Hmm. And he arose as a new person.
And another was reborn. Betrayal. That pain that feels like it'll eat you from the inside out can either break you or forge you into something greater. You need to let powder die.
Hmm.
The fear of pain will no longer control you.
The fear of being rejected too, right?
Just like you were always meant to be. Jinx is perfect.
Oh, we're doing that. We're doing a baptism, basically. And the bubbles, like poison or acid bubbles or whatever. Or maybe the river is polluted, right? Ooh, okay. And she's coming back. Seeing what has become of this place. She has a presence. Ooh, she knows her, of course. Oh shit. Oof, she left him. He left her. Because of him, right? In the hospital. Sick, almost dying.
Victor, the doctors, they said
Dying.
How much time do I have?
Not a lot. Was that the Hanged Man? Oof. Yeah. Okay. Immediate. Holy fuck.
Filthy traitor. Vander had his chance.
Metallic arm. Ooh, and shimmer. Of course. Yeah, as I thought, it's like... It's very similar to Hextech. It feels technology. Not in the same way, right? We don't utilize magic, but... Holy fuck, the animation is preem. Fucking hell, dude. It has weight. Ooh, she's going crazy. How much of it and you lose control? And is there repercussions? Ooh. It's insane, like Vi can keep up without that stuff. I mean, she was #1 even as a child, so...
Where's my sister? Where's he keeping her?
Keeping her? You mean Jinx? She works for him.
Yeah, that got to her. Oof.
She's like his daughter.
She's reading from that one, yeah. She would have never expected that. No, she'll get saved. Kate's gonna save her. I knew it. Of course.
Whose fault is that?
You're an alright shot.
I'm an excellent shot.
So different.
Stop calling me that. My name is Caitlyn.
But you're so sweet.
Shut up.
I like this. This is gonna be a friendship. Holy fuck. But this... Ooh. It's gonna be hard. And we're gonna figure it out. She's gonna figure it out.
You're making a mess.
The pieces are rolling. Insane how quickly she figured this out.
She's back. From the dead.
Shit. Shit. Things are in place, right? Ooh. That's a transitional episode. I feel like we don't have that much to talk about. Maybe we do. Like, there's always something. Always a lot of cool stuff happening. Been eating a little bit less unhealthy lately. I mean, not completely, but I'm getting there. Gotta get back in shape a little bit. All right. Amazing. The soundtrack is so good. Cool. You know the deal, people. You know the deal. Yeah. Okay. Backstory, right? Look how crisp this looks. Oh, I'm almost crying at how crisp this fucking looks. It's so insane, dude. It's so insane, right? The shots, everything is perfect. I don't remember her name, right? But our sheriff, she... Oh, the shit, that reflection on the rifle. In the winter's like... so good. And the breath and everything. The slow-mo of the bullet. I don't even want to imagine how much time has been spent on each and every one of these scenes. But yeah, this is her inspiration. This has been her inspiration away from her parents, right? Her parents, which are these rich folks who are all about like just status and wealth, and her mother is a counselor, and I guess her father has some position of power, and they have money, they have academia, they have everything, right? But she's not about that. She's looking up to her, right? She could have taken the shot, but she didn't. Because she felt like she wanted to reward Kate here, because she thought she'd earned it. And she was like, I don't need any like little accomplishment like beating you in a game, basically, in a game of hunting. I protect the city, and this is where I derive my confidence from, derive my like identity from. And this, for her, as somebody who's so sheltered, right, is being kept from the real world. I guess these moments of maybe there have been similar moments like this one moment here, where she spent time with the sheriff and seen what she does, or the impact she has, right? The way she holds everything together. That causes admiration, right? That sparked the dream, maybe. And yes, obviously she's been going to the academy and all of that. Because, what do you think, right? Her parents are gonna be like, no, you're gonna learn something, right? You're gonna learn something proper. Not that stupid stuff, right? Like, that's beneath you, right? I mean, in a nice position, but you can do so much more. sometimes you don't want to do more, right? Sometimes you just want to do what you want to do, right? You have heroes that you look up to, and this is one of those cases. She looks up to her, or looked up to her. She's been dead. Really great how we're keeping on these themes, right? A little glimpse into her past, and then we go back to the prison. We talk about these things, right? We have to talk to Vi, which is like, in the beginning, Vi is like, I don't know. You tell me. Can you stop talking so I can get on with my business, right? Like, she's very deflective and not saying anything, obviously, because there's nothing. And that's what she's saying later. You're assuming that everybody's just going to give you your information, going to tell you what you want. But what you need to realize is that you got to give them something, right? Like, they have to think at the very least, even if they don't actually. They have to at the very least think that they're gonna get something from you that they profit from, right? That's good for them. And that's the thing. I love how we're seeing this through like the grates and whatnot, right? The way Vi would see her, basically. And this is she's stepping across the line. That is a significant moment symbolically as well, right? Putting the shoe over the line, over the red line, which is the line that separates her from the Undercity, separates her from from the real world, as she's saying, separates her from danger, separates her from, separates the rules she follows, the regulations she follows, right? The order she follows from messing up that order, potentially risking something. And she's showing this, and this is what she can give her. And this is the only reason why Vi was like, I can help you. Because she's seen that, and she's like, I want to know more about that, right? Because Powder, it's immediately, right? She's like, shit. But she's out there. I have a sign. But yeah, she has her calculus. She's like, get me out of here. And after a couple of years, we're outside, right? We're free again. She's using her probably not existing anymore authority to do that, or maybe she agreed with Jayce and is now part of his thing. I don't think so, right? She rejected him, so she's possibly faking his signature, using his name. How would those people know, right? They don't even know he's a counselor, right? Like, we have this moment, right? And I was like, is this in the past and the present? But yeah, it relates to what Jinx did, right? All of these enforcers that died in that fire. Kate thankfully not having died. And he's like, I guess he's torn apart, right? He's seeing, on the one hand, he does have all of his corruption, right? The kind of almost holding the peace like the former sheriff did, but in a different way, more in a way that he's adhering more to Silco's power, Silco's money, right? And helping him smuggle stuff through the hex gates, basically, and making his own profit from that. But at the same time, he's struggling with the fact that more and more things are out of control, and Jinx is upsetting this often. The order of things, killing people, endangering people, and this is something he can only justify to a degree, and also something that at some point in time, even if he doesn't mind putting in a little bit of money and selling, like helping smuggle some illegal stuff, he maybe doesn't like going as far as sacrificing his own people, right? And seeing their families directly affected by that. So this is where his line is, right? This is where he draws the line. And even though Silco still has the upper hand, especially has the upper hand, holy shit, look at that animation. Has the upper hand because he's been running all of these crime networks, and he had him on his payroll for so long, right? He knows his weaknesses, he knows his character, he literally could go to the council, like underhandedly get some evidence to the counselors that shows that he is actually involved with Silco here. So there's a lot of pressure on him because he's not in the position. He's not in the upper hand position here, and he certainly owes his position as sheriff to Silco. Even though none of that was in the agreement, but that's constant, what's been happening constantly, right? And what's happening in relationships like these, right? Like the other side is prodding across the line, looking how far they can go before somebody's like, no, I'm not gonna accept this anymore, right? even if he's not doing it purposefully, he's at least using that fact that he can sometimes cross that line to his advantage. Love how the angle, again, we are making excellent use of like Dutch angles and ways to like tilt the frame in a way to symbolize certain things. Two things here. The first thing is he's in the upper position in the way the frame is shot, right? Silco he's like up there and our sheriff is down here, right? So there's this, but there's also just this feeling of tension that's being created by this. And Silco himself is seemingly unboarded. He's not actually unboarded, but he's like very good at these poker faces and whatnot and what he's doing. Insane, these structures that we're building here, like with the technology, like this is, yeah, I mean, I said that before, it's peak steampunk with a little bit of magic sprinkled in. I hear people review the logs, I want everything searched through and whatnot, but he's like, I can't do that, right? So he's redirecting. He's like, it's the firelights, right? Like we have to get rid of them, whatever, right? He's doing whatever he can without telling on himself and without actually damaging Silco, which is the huge problem. And he's like, I'm gonna root it all out, right? He's gonna go all scorched earth on that. And meanwhile, Victor has this crisis going on. Jinx is figuring out everything here, right? Like, not yet, but later on. And here we do have the beginning of like a fish out of water story. I love it. The parkour is amazing. It's like she was never gone, basically. At least with the parkour, it's just like boom, 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 right? Maybe she had some spaces in the prison to actually practice, because like I think she'd be rusty or something. But maybe she is rusty and she was just that good to be in with. Kate here struggling, being like, oh, I'm gonna fall, right? Struggling to keep up with her. And she's kind of low-key a little bit amused by it. She's like, let's see if he can follow me. Like looking down, being like, holy shit, that's high, right? I'm sure she's done her fair share of like jumping around and doing acrobatics and whatnot, but not to this degree, not like the parkour rooftop runner business. It is like, this is iconic. This must be an iconic moment. Look at this shit, right? The mural in the back, right? The two sides, and she's just jumping across with the arms behind her. Yeah. And we like did the point of view shot. Holy fuck, look at this. I need to see this again, right? The cityscape getting, this is art. This is art. Holy fuck. Right, going down and then point of view, and it's really I mean, we have thousands of videos of GoPro and other footage that kind of shows us exactly how something like this is supposed to look, but it takes talent, it takes enormous time investment and effort to actually make it look so real and so cool, right? On the ground, and we switch scene, we roll, we slide down, all of this. Right, boot into the camera, classic. But yeah, and they're like, hey, we can exploit this person. She's like, nice jacket, bam. And as she's struggling to calm down and actually survive, she's like, holy fucking shit, I can't believe what I just did. She's coming. She already got the jacket. She's putting she's giving her jacket, which is funny. Yeah. And now she's out in the open, well, not fully out in the open. I assume that, yeah, she has the hood. So yeah. This literally looks like a cyberpunk scene or whatever, right? If this would if some of this wasn't as, like some of these environments, like little pieces wouldn't look steampunky, right? And it would be looking a little bit more of a modern aesthetic, this would literally be a cyberpunk scene. And we do have the meat and the meat hooks and the visceral nature of her just chowing down and basically shoving it in her face. She doesn't give a fuck how it looks. She doesn't give a fuck how other people perceive her. She's like, oh, holy shit, this is so fucking good. Imagine you're eating prison food for years. Holy shit, I couldn't. I fucking couldn't. But also, this serves a purpose, and she's being impatient. She doesn't know the world. She doesn't know the lay of the land. She's like, we're wasting time here. Don't know anything, right? He's like, chill the fuck out. Don't talk so loudly about us wanting to fuck over Silco. By the way, everybody has like ears here, All right. We slip a piece of paper, nothing happened, right? And I got my info. This is how it goes. Monolithic, again, right? You do immediately see the scene change, right? It's like, this is like an upper class thing, right? Like the Neo-Creek building structure and style. Yeah. And it's back to politics. And she's teaching him about how to gain favor, right? How to make people work for you and actually gain influence. Against his will partially, because he's like, I've never wanted this shit. And then she's like, but it's your responsibility. And if you do it, right, she's promising, like, so temptress, right? She's promising him riches. She's like, if you do it, you can shape the future, right? She's putting that sweet whispering power into his ears, basically. And he's not somebody who's easily like just corrupted by power, but he has ambition, right? And he has dreams of helping everybody. And she's promising him that at the end of the tunnel, right? That like in 10, 20 years, whatever. She's saying like, if you lay the groundwork now, you can do whatever you want. And on the other side is like our fluffy professor who is like, be careful about this, right? Be careful how it changes you. But it already does for him. And I do wonder, right? I mean, it seems Kate and him are going opposite directions, right? They're still like, but like she's going in the direction of justice, right? And getting to know people for real, getting to know people on the ground, boots down and everything. And he's more going in the direction of being further and further removed from the normal people. Maybe at some point to the point that the clouds that are beneath him are obscuring his view of what's on the ground, right? And the clouds equally so are obscuring the view of the normal-ass people down on the ground to look at him because he's just that distant figure at that point in time. Beautiful work of light and shadow. Everything is dark on the inside, right? Like the sheen, the green, white sheen is coming in. And it feels very dusty, it feels very old, it feels neglected. It feels like nobody touched this in years. And probably nobody has. She's picking that up, she's confronting herself with the details of the past. We do have all of these scenes of her as a child, her agony and all of that. If you think, that, I guess in a way, right, her shooting the bird, that shot was her just gaining that resolve, right? Just pulling the trigger on it. But in a way, like, this is very hard on her. Imagine the fear she experiences, the doubt, the guilt, all these things that she's put away, right? She's like painted over with her childish, abstract, right? Not accurate memories of what happened, right? All of that interference coming in that's like the squiggly lines that feel very aggressive, right? They feel very electric in a way, right? Almost like she's getting electrical shocks every time she thinks of all of these moments, right? They're like overwritten, right? They're like broken footage that partially still plays, but not completely. And we do have the comparison of both of them, but she's still just number 2 on the board. She's still just number 2 on the board. And we do have that godly fucking transition when she shoots it and flips around and suddenly it's the last drop. Fuck me, dude. Both of them looking down on it and all of the emotions swirling within her because she sees Vander's bar and her former home claimed by this enemy of her, right? The person she absolutely hates, the person that destroyed her life. And she's like, she doesn't know what she's talking about, right? She's just trying to say something cool or something impactful and she's like, you have no fucking idea what you're talking about. And she's realizing that, right? She has no idea. And that's why she's egging on, because we don't have a mutual understanding. Communication is very important when you communicate with somebody. You need a mutual level of understanding of what's happening, right? And like a shared world perspective, and they couldn't be more apart. She's like high up, sheltered, whatever, right? And even if she wants to go down, right, and wants to experience the real people, this is going to be a real culture shock for her, right? And She, on the other hand, she never knew what it was up there, and she's always envied and hated the people up there that oppressed her, in a way. And she's always lived down here, and she can't deal with this, like, itty-bitty speak, right? Like, the way she conducts herself. She's like, everything she says and the words that come out of her mouth, the way they come out of her mouth, it feels like she doesn't belong here. Yeah, this scene, I immediately knew this was going down, right? I was like, yeah. Right. Hands on the shoulder, smiling over, like very, very coy, very short, right? Like it's just a hint of a smile, right? Still playing the game. They're doing their politics, right? And obviously everybody's like, my prophets and whatnot, right? Yeah. And he's learning how this is gonna be made. And he's good at it, right? He's charming, he knows what, right? He's intelligent and all of that. He just needs to learn the trade. The problem is, does he want to learn the trade? Because it changes you, the politics. It's like a good investment, better, even better than I expected. Making deals with everybody. And we're going into the brothel because this is where everybody talks, right? This is like where you get the info, but also I feel like maybe she wanted to distract her in order to get what she actually wanted to get to, which is talk to the madame who was gonna be able to give her some info, right? So this is why she was like, how do you propose we go about this? Also, fucking hell, bro was just bro is into some M shit, right? Holy fuck. I mean, whatever floats your boat, man. It's like, I will not. And she's telling her that, what you talked about. You need to give people something that they want, right? And she's like, in this specific one, this is like, I wonder if this is gonna be a thing or if it's more just like, right, a play on it and then it's not gonna happen anyway, right? Because it could happen. It could very well happen long term, like at the end of it. Maybe even in season 2 and not in season 1, we don't know that. And she's like, you're hot, cupcake, right? It is like, she's actually saying, she's almost saying it like it's objectively that way, right? So it's, I do wonder if she's like just saying it like you're attractive, right? You can show people something, right? Or if she's actually finding her attractive personally. So there is this interpretation as well, right? In your face, right? And she's being pushed to the wall, which is like a classic, right? Kind of semi-romantic sexual attention kind of move, right? And she's going in and then she's just grabbing the next person's like, what did she say? So what will be man or woman? And she's grabbing a woman. I guess, first of all, the thing would be, woman would probably be easier in the beginning, because with men you don't know, right? There's more insecurity going on. But if you're like with a woman who's like then interested in you, just like, right, it's a little bit easier to begin with, right? For her who's not used to this kind of stuff. And we're going to the madame. I'm pretty sure the madame knew, right? She was like, yeah, I know who Jinx is. And I know it's powder, whatever. But I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna just wait until she finds out. And I can't bring myself to say it. You have that little talk and him just getting like croaking, and Silco is actually realizing it. But yeah, you can go ahead with that. He's telling him to martyr himself, right? He's telling him like, here's the evidence that the Firelights or whatever are part of it. Time to get attacked yourself, right? Something like that. I think so, at least. Not sure. Maybe not. Maybe it's just like you need to plant the evidence or whatever. Once we've cracked their price topside, will have no power over us. This is a dream, right? Revolution. He's been working towards that. And I do wonder if he sees Jinx just as a... I don't know. I don't think he sees Jinx just as a tool. I think he sees her as an extension of himself, right? Because there's so many parallels in that moment that he empathized with. So he was like, yes, we're the same, right? And I'm gonna make you like me, so you kind of like it. This is what parents do a lot, right? Or older people that like pass stuff on to the next generation, even if it's not parent to child. It's just like older generation to next generation. You pass on your will, right? Your dreams sometimes too, right? It's like if I can't complete my dream, I will create somebody, or I will help create somebody who actually is a little bit like me and can fulfill my dream in the long term, right? This is assurance in a way. And this is also the mistake a lot of parents do, that they project their own dreams onto their children and try to like subconsciously, right, force them to actually go down a path that they themselves couldn't do or did never realize, but always wanted to. And that they ignore the child's dreams in that specific case, right? And I think Silco partially forgets that with all of the similarities that they have, right? And what makes him like her in a way, right? What makes him like maybe almost feel like she's a daughter to him. With all of that, they're still different. Everybody is different. Everybody's unique. She's not you. But he wants to very much for her to be him. We see that later in the baptism scene. That's so funny. She's just sitting there and listening to her and then just like maybe casually chatting with her, right? We do maybe even see like a sign of like there's focus in there, right? There's maybe attraction even, right? And she's like, oh, how about that? I didn't expect that. Really interesting. But maybe we're sowing the seeds for this, right? We have sown the seeds for this quite a long time. And obviously, it makes sense, right? A person who is at the top of the food chain, she has a lot of responsibilities, right? She has a lot of people under her who are either as intelligent or less intelligent than her, right? Less powerful. All of this. Maybe within her family there's some other stuff, right? She's been saying that her family has often exploited a lot of people. Maybe what she sees in him is not just his genius, right? But also his compassion. And she wants to steer it in a way that they as a unit, right, both of them can profit from it, but also can help people. I want to believe that, but I don't know if that's the case. It could be anything between full manipulation and just two-facedness, or like full just admiration and awe, but which I don't think, but could be, right? But probably most likely it's going to be something in between. And maybe she's been playing the political game too long, and this is why she has some of these like amazing symbolism with the hand, right? Having everything in the palm of your hand, and it's like how wonderful could it be to place all of this power in the hand of the common people, so they don't have to suffer anymore. And obviously there's some naivete within that, right? People will misuse that. People will hurt each other with it. But the question is, what is the benefit from it, and does it outweigh the bad sides? Because that's what you always have to ask yourself with progression, with like technology, with advancement. Most of the time, whatever possibility there is far greater than for good, right? For good, for benefit, for helping people is far greater than the downsides of it. Oftentimes, not always, but oftentimes, right? That doesn't mean you should do anything, right, by any means necessary, but it at the very least means maybe we shouldn't abstain from putting something out into the world because it could pose a danger. Maybe we should just be careful with it and just figure out, try to think very hard about how it can be misused, and then make sure that this is is less likely to happen. When it goes out, yeah. It could go out, actually, right? Like, it's like it could vanish the moment's notice. It's like the world will never be the same. The Maduras usually only take from the world. We're not often in position to give back, and then she's pinging him, right? The soft touch of the hand, just like a second, and he's like reconfirming, right? A quick look down and then a look into her eyes to see, does she mean what she means? And she's like confirming that, holding eye contact, right? Holding eye contact long, especially, is like a sign of like, you can flirt like that, right? But it's not just that, right? You can also just, right, stare each other down. That's a different emotion, but gotta read the facial expression, and it is pretty clear here, and she's making her move. And he's like unsure in the beginning because he's really kind of still into Kate, right? Partially. But the two of them are kind of apart, and she rejected him just recently, was like, I don't need your pity, your charity, whatever. I'm gonna do my own thing, right? They didn't argue, right? But it was like more of a distance between them. And she's like, she's going for it. I do wonder why we're merging the two of them, like like that he's... And it's another romantic thing. Which is very much a shame because he knows he's gonna die. And she... oh, she's gonna be heartbroken about this. But that explains his ambition, right? That explains his fervor, his desperation to actually make something more happen. I mean, he already was very influential in like all of it, but he wants more than that. Even greater heights, right? He's so close to figuring it out. It must be so frustrating to be so close and not figure it out and know your time is ticking. But yeah, seeing red, losing consciousness, and the blood is reacting to it. We don't know what happened there, right? Because the tragedy happened, somebody found him, he's in the hospital, right? And now everybody's focusing on this. But what happened with the blood? Is this just a fancy transition, weird, like right, one scene into the other? Or is it what I think it is? Or it's like the blood has some, like, right? Maybe there's something within us, right? The mages, basically, that lets them control the magic, like has a connection, right? Like the universe is, like the universe is connected on a fundamental level, something along those lines. You have that spiral and DNA, right? Right? Obviously could be a double entendre as well as they're having sex, but also we do have that life, basically, right? Life, and then we focus on the night sky, which is like life, the universe, all this connected, right? All this one and one is all, basically. If you want to go into like the Full Metal Alchemist kind of stuff, but yeah. And then we zoom down and we're in a different scene. Nice scene transition, by the way. A nice way to end it, right? On the universe to kind of like reinforce that idea that I think they're trying to express here. And here we do see just a reflection of the two of them talking first. Weird how the reflection goes over into actual thing, because I'm pretty fucking sure this is the reflection of them. Or maybe it's like just them in the fog. We don't know. I don't know. It feels like almost yeah, with zooming on the water surface we see the reflection of them, and it's holy shit, it's like a shot turned on its head. And this is actually like all the way down on the ground, this is them, right? And up above on the screen, that is the reflection actually. Holy fuck, this is a really cool shot. I didn't even realize how cool it is. And she's like, yeah, you told me this 1,000 times. She doesn't realize, she doesn't get the impact of what it means to him, right? Like, this is what he's trying to convey, and it's kind of going past her. But he connects to her later. It's like betrayal, right? How it feels, right? And he's describing the feeling. Like, a man died on that day, right? The weak man, and me, myself. And a strong Rose. And now we are doing the same, right? Baptism. I don't know if it's gonna have the same effect on her, because like this is not a traumatic memory, it's more like a ceremonial thing, it feels like, right? Like more for show, basically. I don't know if it's gonna have the same impact on her, but the symbolism means something too, right? If we put meaning into it, right? Everything means something as long as we ascribe meaning to it as human beings. The boots, the heavy boots on the ground, the shaking, it's really cool. And we have the main theme going on as this episode really brings the entire series into swing, kind of. I was kind of looking weirdly because like this one scene, like this one short scene, like that's a cameo of like the Imagine Dragons singer, right? Like I was like, Really? Okay, I guess. Give him his like 2-second shot in the series. Homage, I guess. Which is nice, but yeah. So many people. I think she's alone in band. She's like, I do wonder if he told her, if she just woke up and then wondered where he is, right? Of course he had to come. Is his best friend, the guy who believed in him when nobody else, the guy who legitimately prevented him from killing himself. Yeah, of course. Poor fucking Victor. So close to the breakthrough. But so... Maybe he won't see the fruits of his labor. Or maybe he'll die and it will be a good thing because he'll never see the destruction that it causes. But yeah. Death, right? Okay, death, not the hanged man. Magician and death, interesting. Because we have the magic and the like. Cool. We do have to fight. I don't want to go too much into the fight, right? It's like jamming it in and holy shit, how we zoom past the arm. The impact is just like, come on, try it. All of these frames are really cool, right? We have the classic, like the choreography of the boxing is amazing. She clamps down on the arm. And she actually manages to, I think she manages to get out, right? So you learn patience, right? Headbutt. She could have broken her arm here, I think. But maybe she wanted to make her suffer and that was her mistake. Being pushed back and we are like at the balustrades are going past the camera, which is really cool. Right? She's surprised, but she's a fighter, obviously, right? She can take a punch or two. Weave and dodge and... hits really in the side, which is like super painful. That's why it's not allowed in boxing. And blur out, zoom out, full on, right? With all of the might of her gravity and the body and everything. It's really cool. And she's kind of going Hulk on it. But yeah. Ooh, we follow the fist. No, we don't follow the fist. We follow the barrel. Okay, and she pushes the barrel in her direction. Right. Oh, and the flip again. We did that in the I think in the first episode. It was like the flip with the oh, there goes gravity, basically. Boom. But she's gloating too much, right? She has learned. Vi has learned. She hasn't. Right, at least, man. She's letting her emotions rule herself too much. I mean, she wins the fight in the end, but like just because she is revealing the shocking news to her, she's like, "What? I can't believe this." And of course she can't. And she's willingly following Silco. She's seeing herself as his daughter, basically. This is like. Basically for her, there's a lot of thoughts flashing in her head, and like one of them is the disbelief in her sister actually doing that. The other one would be the absolute hate that must be welling inside of her by what she would probably perceive as an absolute desecration of, like, by the hands of Silco, of her sister and what memories she has of her and all of that, right? And their relationship. Right? A betrayal in a way. The same way like Jinx has felt the betrayal back in the day when she was Powder and Vi left her. Obviously didn't mean it like that necessarily, but... And I knew she had her back. And this was the moment that solidified their friendship. At the very least friendship, if not more. I'm pretty sure a lot of people are shipping them. Cool how you can just like clap that in, right? Like just compact. Have it like in your backpack or something. I'm an excellent shot, right? And she's like, she's once again being very, very posh with it. Stop calling me that. My name is Caitlyn. She's like, but you're so sweet, like a cupcake. Shut up. I mean, she is, kinda. And we start with a tilted angle on Jinx. And her figuring out how it works. And like I said, how long did it take Jayce to actually figure this out? Super long. Now imagine this child grows up without any trauma. This child grows up learning a lot of things with education and whatnot. This child grows up being loved and cared for and being encouraged to face challenges, Now imagine what she would have done, what she could have done with all of the stuff that she's already doing here, right? Under all of this pressure, on all of this like hardship and pain and suffering. Like imagine that. So much intelligence in there, right? I mean, obviously sometimes you need the pressure to actually develop something, but you don't need that kind of pressure. That's what I mean. You don't need that kind of pressure. You don't need the super negative kind of pressure. The pressure of good competition is enough, right? The pressure of wanting to improve on yourself is enough to actually lead you to such heights. That's what most of the time, not all of the time, right? We'd had our problematic moments, but most of the time this is what Jayce had, right? And here we have the exact opposite, right? We have the genius with the encouragement and all of that, and maybe less of a genius than Jinx. And we have the genius with all of the trauma and the hurt and the pain and the chaos. The resulting chaos. Love the shot from up. And like how we have the mirror and he immediately claps it in like a visceral reaction. Just like, what the fuck? Really? Shocked. A little bit afraid. Like a little bit in disbelief. And not sure what it means for the future. Alright, Arcane. Episode 5. Not sure if I'm gonna watch episode 6 today, but fantastic episode as always. I'll see you on the next episode, probably in the same video. Right, boys, it is on. Arcane, episode 6. Let's get this shit started. Alright. Let me pull it up. 3, 2, 1. Play the record. Make it so. Cue the misery. Let's fucking go. Oily water. Okay. Alright. Polluted water, but who the fuck cares, right? Just kids playing. I mean, there's worse stuff. It's Victor. Oh no. Bro, fuck me. It's actually Victor. Wait, who's that? Sky. Okay. An inventor at heart. Some of these things not even adults like us can do, right? And then the kid goes and just puts together some scrap and makes it happen. I do wonder why his leg was always damaged. Right, what happened, like... It worked, my dudes. Is he looking for it? Ooh. Crystal Cave, huh? Somebody picked it up. Oh no, not crystal, those are mushrooms. Oh, is that the doctor? Holy shit, that's the dog. Hmm. What is she dying of? And cool how we tie the dog back into this. Like-minded people finding each other. Oh, he's going back. He doesn't die? Maybe some things. He feels himself. Oh, that frame. He ain't wrong. He ain't wrong. I wonder if Victor is gonna find a way to stay alive longer. And I do wonder if it's gonna be worth it, or if he has to pay a price that he doesn't want to pay in the end, or will regret. Here's to Victor. I mean, the song really fits the series. Though I gotta say I like some of the other songs a little bit more. Like Welcome to the Playground, really great. Colors, a painter. Paintress. Oh, it's her. No. Yeah. That changes things, of course. And yeah. Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, she's been his enabler for a long time. I guess she has a good heart, right? I mean, I didn't doubt it. I was just, there's the possibility. Ooh, and that scene change. It reacted to his blood. We know that. And he saw it. Is he gonna be a mage? And the jukebox goes on. Is it morning? This is why everybody, like, nobody's here. Holy fuck, dude. She's like...
Boss wants us to grab someone up.
Someone? Anyone? Who you grabbing?
Some girls. I'm not grabbing girls. Other than those ones, I guess.
Focus. Who are they? Why wasn't I invited to the party?
And I don't know. They got in a fight with Zavika. Did a number on her.
Oh, really? Which number?
It's like a saying.
You're doing great, Chuck. Here, for your troubles.
He just thought he was gonna die. Holy shit. Yeah, this is shit. This is bad.
Just help me to the edge.
What is she gonna do? Grit the teeth, I guess. Ooh, this is hard. Oof. The answer is yes and no. Who is that who's watching them, right? It's a special person. Those sisters are something. Alright, what is she gonna do with her? How is she gonna interrogate her? Very funny. Ooh, I love the reflection on the... Oh, that's...
It's only a matter of time before you implode, and Silco finally gets the message that you're about as good for our cause as you were for your family. Jinx.
Ooh. Be careful, she's gonna kill you. Where's your daughter now, dude? I mean, we saw her earlier, I guess. Something unusual? That is a threat.
Let's talk outside.
Can't you see we're playing? You remember our old friend Vi, don't you? Vander's daughter? She was about your age. Her father went on a long trip, and Daddy here assured me that she left with him. But it seems she never made it. Isn't that sad? Could you imagine being separated from your father?
she's in a safe place.
She's in the lanes.
That's not possible.
There's an enforcer with her. A girl. Roughly the same.
He's gonna put two and two together.
She's a Kiraman. Just like them, she does whatever she wants. I can't control her.
And then you're useless to him, right?
I'll track her down. I can fix this.
You're losing control, my dude.
Everyone makes mistakes, right? What's important is that we don't repeat them. My people are tracking Vi and this Caitlyn. They cannot be allowed to resurface. Do we understand each other?
It's gonna be the death of him.
Oops. Oh, so sorry. Accidents happen.
I mean, he knows what he's doing, right?
It responds to organic matter.
Holy shit. That shimmer, though? Like, the color is shimmer.
It's happened to everyone. I can't determine why. They're rejecting the transmutation.
And that was what the doctor was doing in the beginning, right? So it comes all around, right? Work till your last minute, man. And if you don't make it, maybe at the very least. Even if, I mean, I know this is like... I know this is like stupid, right? Because obviously he's like, what do I care when I die? But at the same time, there's this piece of him where he's like, I wanted to help people, much like Jayce wanted to, right? They were both in the same position. They're like, I want for people to do better, right? For things to be better for them. So I don't know if it's any consolation to him, but even if he dies before he can figure it out, if he gets close enough, maybe they get far enough for Jayce to figure it out eventually, and then nobody has ever has to suffer like he did before, right? Like, has to die in the same way that he did, because they can now cure it, basically. But yeah, obviously, there's just this element where it's like, what significance does it have if I die before that, right? Then I saved everybody else, but I couldn't save myself. I mean, I guess there's something to it, right? Some kind of like almost martyrdom in a way, but don't know if that's any consolation to somebody. It really highly depends on the individual. At the very least, I mean, don't go down without the fight, and I guess that's what Jayce is trying to get him to do. It's like, fight till you're done, right? We might be able to figure it out. Oh yeah. A lost place, yeah. Almost like monsters, right? Zombies, basically. Not really, but they're not used to the light. Yeah, I mean, people suffer, right? Ooh, she's starting to see powder. is feverish. And I do assume, like, maybe at some point in time, hallucinations will be replaced by actual Jinx.
I know you have your reservations about me. This only works if we can trust each other.
It doesn't work. It never has. You topsiders always find a way to screw us.
I suppose Topside is to blame for all your misfortunes.
Not all of them.
We aren't monsters, you know. We're people, just like you.
Mhm.
You don't know anything about me.
Might as well be a different species, right?
It's all right. Despite it all, I can tell. You have a good heart.
Words do matter sometimes, don't they?
I'm calling it the Hex Core. It's an adaptive rune matrix. Hextech that evolves.
It's groundbreaking. What's most exciting is that it reacts to biological matter. There are stories of healing magic. Our samples thus far perished, but
Oh, he remembers. Is this what it was connected to? Oh, his fear. Does it get the better of him?
If ever you've put faith in my guidance, hear me now. I've seen nations destroyed by a single seed, and it looked exactly like this.
Professor, this could save Victor's life.
Victor, something's different. You've changed. What did you do?
What do you mean, Professor?
He looks a little bit healthier.
That thing. It must be destroyed.
Wait, no, I won't let you.
Jayce, this is a violation of the ethos. I will have it destroyed one way or another.
That's your opinion. We'll see if the council agrees.
I understand them both, but I understand Jayce more because he's standing in for his friend. He doesn't want him to die, of course. Maybe he's still in contact with the dog. Maybe that's it. Was she actually gonna die almost? Right? I mean, obviously not for good, but...
That's Vi, right? I'm a friend.
Ooh, I know him, yeah. He's the one that Vander defended at the beginning.
She's bleeding. She needs a doctor.
Not so simple to come by around here. I'm sorry. But I do know someone else who might be able to help. Come with me.
Why can't you get him here? Why can't you get him here? This is sus.
She's been stabbed.
She makes potions. Helps people here with this.
Shimmer, why would you take something that does that to you?
I just wanted to feel what it was like to be somebody. To make other people afraid.
Instead of being afraid yourself. She gonna trade her gun? Ooh, trading her protection?
Thank you. I really
Appreciate it.
Let's go. I think happy to see a friendly face.
No, you go ahead. She knew me when I was still.
normal.
Just tell her I'm sorry about everything. Okay?
Holy shit. A little compassion goes a long way, doesn't it?
I found this on one of the firelights. It matches fragments we found outside your lab and at the Hex Gates. I have reason to believe they're planning more attacks.
Well, how has this threat gone unnoticed for so long?
Since the Hex Gates were completed, the fissures haven't been a priority.
Oh, we'll settle that later. For now, we need to prevent any further attacks.
Short of searching everyone who crosses the bridges, I don't know how we can.
Then that's what we'll do.
Are you certain? This sort of an order...
Do it. We have to protect the city.
Yeah, people are becoming more and more desperate on all sides.
I saw Caitlyn Kierman had a prisoner released on your order. Is there anything I can assist with?
No. No, we've got it covered.
Councilors, we have lost our way. This city was founded to be a bastion of enlightenment in a world that cannibalized itself over power and pride. But we've forgotten, loosened our morals in favor of comfort and convenience, traded honor for prestige.
I'm afraid he's gonna be one of the only ones.
Now we are houses divided. I believe if we set aside our greed and arrogance, we can be one again. We'll take vigilance. We must hold each other accountable.
And who holds you accountable?
What?
Ooh, he's gonna turn on him.
The Undercity attacks at the Hex Gates and in the Academy Square. Enforcers fear to set foot in the lanes, all under your watch.
Jayce, you forget yourself.
I'm sorry, Professor, but healing this city will take more than just speeches. Time and again, you've warned us what not to do. But let me ask you this. What's your plan to fix this?
I see what this is about. Your Hextech projects need more time, more safeguards.
Humans don't live for centuries. We can't wait for progress.
Hmm.
We need a leadership focused on the future, not the past. You are the true father of Piltover, and your years of service can never be repaid. I believe it's time we gave the beloved founder of our city a well-deserved retirement.
Jayce, don't do this.
It has to be unanimous. All in favor?
I mean, she trusts him, right?
Respect and appreciation, Professor.
I mean, he didn't deserve this. Being ousted from your own city. But I mean, he has been complacent. It's not just his issue, right? I do wonder if this is going to change her, right?
We need you back on your feet. What was the name Speaker gave you? Jinx.
Right. Jinx. How could I forget?
Going to have to be more careful now. Silco will be watching.
Everything is fragile down here. That symbolism too.
Who's Powder? My sister. I thought she died, but no. I have to try and find her.
How do you not know if your sister is alive or dead?
all confronted with how our complacency, right, has been. Sorry. We're all kind of confronted right now, right? I mean, the prof really didn't deserve this. I'm honest, right? He is the voice of reason in a way. Even if he's going too far sometimes and restricting stuff and being like afraid of what could be. But in a way, by restricting all of that and not letting it go free, and or at the very least overseeing it, he always had this approach of like, all right, I'll let you do it, but we're gonna be careful about this. But this visceral reaction to like, let's destroy this immediately. I've seen it done horrible things. He kind of pushed Jayce in the wrong direction, right? And this is the push he needed to actually betray him, which hurts a lot, because we do know that he is very, like, the prof is so good-natured. He's so... and imagine you're founding a city on principles, right? Like, getting away from all of that power hungriness and all of that stuff. And over time, slowly but steady, not today or tomorrow, right? Like over day and day and day, minuscule changes that you don't notice. And at some point in time, you look at yourself in the mirror, you look at the city, and you're like, we've strayed too far, but at this point it's too late. But everybody who you would be telling to change their course, right? Restrict themselves, change what they're doing right now, not do it. At this point, they see that as a threat to their existence, right? Or a threat to their profits in some ways, right? In some cases. A threat to their friend's life, in Jayce's case. And so you get ousted, right? Out of control in your own city that you've built. Because nobody wants to listen to you anymore. And yeah, I think the prof is gonna be right in the end. Like, all of that stuff is gonna come to blows, but I do think that he had a hand in it too, right? Complacency, right? Lax treatment of the Undercity. Oppression that is just being ignored, right? Inequality that is being ignored. Live in your nice little ivory tower of academia and strife and research. On a city built on the foundations of fairness and strife and like enlightenment. When down below, in the very same city, people are suffering. It's suffering so hard. And you don't see it, or you don't want to see it. And you live your comfortable life, right? Because you're in a position of power. And you don't offer solutions. Jayce. The road to hell is built on good intentions, isn't it? Let's see how far he's gonna fall. Because fall he will, but question is, will he come out on top? Will he come out with a result that he can... a result that he can accept, a result that he can forgive himself for in some cases, right? Because one of his best friends, Caitlyn, she's gonna be, at the moment, she's kind of on the side of the bad guys. Not literally, right? Not the bad guys, maybe. She's on the side of the Undercity. And here's Silco.
What have you done with my sister?
Freed her. Candidly, I thought you were the prize of your second-hand family. sister away. And it's why I'm here right now.
You talk too much.
The eye falling down on him. Okay. I don't think this is the end of Silco, right? Or is it? I mean, it could be, and then this would put fuel to the fire for Jinx. We all have to face the past right now, in some way. And obviously... holy shit. Everything is falling apart for him too. Ooh. This is a powerful moment, right? And the enforcers are once again on the bridge, right? I don't even know how far we are in the episode. Are we going back to Victor? Yeah. Little Victor coming in. Yeah, the shimmer, right? And now he's come to see him again. With a different mindset. I don't know how late it is, right? It could be like one scene and it's over, but I just wanted to say. This dramatic scene, right? This beautiful, beautiful scene. This is not Silco just losing power, right? Or losing to Vi. This was a Silco that was desperately trying to hold on. Hold on to the order that he had, right? The plans that were almost coming to fruition for him, right? Because he saw the glimpse at the end of the tunnel. He saw the hope, right? That they would acquire the technology and now they would be able to rebel against the upper city. Gain the upper hand. But also this is like, I feel, maybe I'm super off with that, but this is Silco kind of fighting for his daughter. Because as much as you want to vilify him, as much as you want to, like, obviously he he has very loose morals. He's a very bad guy. But he's learned to like Jinx, right? And consider her his daughter. And Vi coming in here threatens everything that he's built up, right? Relationships, the order, all of that. It represents Vander basically coming back from the grave. This is him just fighting for, because he knows, like, when Jinx meets Vi and they actually manage to talk it out, we don't know how it's gonna go, but I guess this is his fear, right? Then Jinx might actually turn against him. Maybe he's gonna prove me wrong right here, right? As a callous person or whatever. Is she gonna make it? I guess we talk it out, right? Or maybe we don't even need to talk. Hmm.
You're with an enforcer? Your sister is Jinx. Caitlyn, just listen. We can work. You're playing me. Shut up. I'm in no mood. I didn't say anything. I wasn't talking to you. Powder, it's okay. Stop calling me that. It's Jinx now. Powder fell down a well. You're not a Jinx. I never should. Stop talking to me like I'm a child. Was that why you came? For this stupid stone? No, I don't even know what that is. You're a class act, sister.
Ah, shit.
Powder, I'm here for you. Only you. You can fire that thing if you want, but I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going to abandon you again.
Holy shit. Yeah. Who the fuck is this and why is he coming in? I mean, I guess we have an enemy to unite us against. Ooh, I know. Is that the girl's guy? Maybe, I don't know. Like the little kid from the flashback of Victor. I guess we're gonna put on a light show. Yeah, not your little sister anymore. Not that way, at least. Spider sense moment, I guess. Careful, bye, hello, behind you. Oh, well. Oof. She snapped out of it, I guess. Or maybe not. And her too? No, they just vanished. This is shit, because now she might even think she just imagined it. Holy shit, so much just fucking happened. What the fuck, dude? Not a good night to lose control. No. Kind of a shame that we don't see the song titles anymore. We saw it in the first couple of episodes. Tuck your innocence, good night. Holy fuck. What a fucking sentence. I'm tumbling down. All right. One last time, folks. I mean, until the next video, of course. So much. So much happened. Not as unpredictable as it might have been in the beginning. The themes make sense, right? And I think we gotta differentiate between a show and or a medium or a story that is completely unpredictable and always does wacky shit that you don't expect. Can be bad as well, right? So they're good at threading the line, right? They're good at bringing twists to you that you wouldn't have expected. Vi in prison, for example. Well, maybe you would have expected it. I wouldn't have expected it, right? I would have been like, okay, there must be more, but no, she was just in prison. Which has its own implications, but yeah. And things that follow a logical conclusion, right? Or twists that where you're like, okay, this was a possibility that it was gonna happen, but I would think it was more likely that something else was gonna happen. And actually a story where you're like, yes, I knew this was gonna come, I knew this was gonna kind of roughly like that follow through, but it's good that way because you do have that emotional catharsis, you do have that, it makes sense, right? It rhymes, it's like poetic in a way, right? It's like powerful at that moment with Silco as well. But first we're going back to Victor. I wonder who she is. I don't know, because she's like from the Undercity as well, right? Maybe she's just a random kid, but we showed her, right? So she was observing. Ooh. Wait a minute. Is that her? Is that like the chick who was like Silco's second hand? Is that her? Could be, right? Like that could literally be her. Sky. Is that, did we ever hear her name? Hear her name? But yeah, like I was saying, like insane. But like the I still got the sound on. It got like the how we dip into the water and then get out again and focus on the feet. The cinematography of this is beautiful, right? We build the tension, we get faster and faster, and we interrupt by him stumbling. And then we let it sink for a minute, and then we're like, intrigue, right? Cave, we're coming in from the light into the darkness. What is gonna be there? Like, right, like the mystery, a wonder, and the clear water surface, and we see these lights that at first they look like crystals or something, but they're actually flowers as we observe close by. And this weird thing here, right? And suddenly we know, hey, Doc and Victor actually knew each other. Which makes sense, right? But we wouldn't have seen that coming. One of those things where we're like, oh, what? Really? But we could have, like, barely told it when he was like, not directly the Doc, but there is something we can see about this, right? Obviously, he would have been a possibility, but that's not something that's in our mind, a direct connection here. But he sees that. He's like, you're like genius. He's like something along the lines of like, genius brings loneliness, right? You're not playing with your friends. And he's like, come on, let's be loners together. And this is how they started out. But later on, we do have that scene where it's like, he's turning away from it because he's like, I can't understand how he did something like this. And now he kind of does, even though, like, he's come around to the perspective, even though maybe there's still hope for him to be like, maybe it isn't that good of an idea, right? And apparently this is his thinking place. Very cool place. And yeah, he's the de facto, we didn't know that specifically, he's the de facto founder of the city, which is insane. And thinking about it, you gotta say, like, it makes sense, right? He feels himself almost like the father of everybody here, and like trying to find the bright little minds in his little kingdom. But at the very same, right? He's still kind of complacent in all of the suffering that's happening. Right? He accepts it as a reality without trying to do anything about it. Maybe because he doesn't know a good solution, but he could be searching for it more actively. Right? Be less whimsical in the way he's being. Very interesting. The butterfly. Like the little things we do, they ripple through eternity. I love that about, like, if you ever seen Gladiator, old movie, right? But iconic movie, right? And in the beginning they have this saying, like the thing that Maximus says to his soldier, where he's like, what we do in life echoes in eternity. And like obviously they mean like heaven and stuff like that, but I think like it could also mean like little things we do in life, they have ripple effects. And like a little stone falling in the water, and then the ripples are going out, and the ripples touch various things, and these various things get like influenced by that. And at some point the influence is so minuscule that you can't even see it with the naked eye, but it is there, like on a subatomic level. Everything is connected in a way. The colors. And she's an artist in a way, right? Or likes to do that in her free time. And he feels close to her, right? I mean, it makes sense. He's young, he's naive. But I've come around to her. I feel like, yes, she's kind of in between there, right? She's not like just power hungry. She wants the power for something, right? And I feel like she sees the opportunity to do something good if she lifts him up, right? And teaches him the ropes of politics and whatnot, so he can make his own decision and have his own influence. And it wasn't her plan to have Heidegger actually. I hope this is his name, because like I always like kind of like confuse little letters and whatnot. To have the professor retire. It was his plan in this specific case. She sowed the seed for something that she maybe didn't intend, but she went with him because she was like, yeah, I'll see where this leads us as a collective. Obviously we are like Jayce, her. We are in a sphere where everybody here is very, very, very rich and very sheltered, right? Maybe they know some harsh realities of life, but they're cared for, they're secure, all of that. So they can't really empathize with all that's going on downstairs. But he sees comfort in her, right? And she's been like his enabler for a long time, so obviously it makes sense that everything feels possible with her, like he says. And obviously there's this emotionality in that as well, with the close connection they just made the evening, or a couple of evenings before. The evening before, probably. And she feels herself like she's failed in comparison with her family, right? Like she's the one who's been looked down upon for whatever reason, and she feels the weight of that. It's insane, right? Like, look at that canvas, right? Like, they're looking at the city, but they're looking at the picture she painted of the city. I think it's very interesting that she's painting red sails, because sails are normally not red. Not even in some specific kind of sunlight. Do wonder what that means. We do have Victor who's figuring out the stuff with the blood and whatnot. Jinx, obviously, I don't know how Silco wouldn't think she's gonna find out. Maybe he thought he was gonna be quick enough, so she would not be there, or would not be like they would snuff out Vi before this even happened. And he's been observing them. Look at that fucking pictures. Like, it's every fucking, like almost every fucking shot of this entire series could be a wallpaper. Like, holy fuck, how did they do this? Like, this is a oil painting. And I do wonder who what your identity is. Like, I would be surprised if it's like our sheriff, but at the same time, maybe not as surprised. We'll have to see. Like, I wouldn't know who else it could be. That's the thing. Either it's somebody we don't know yet, or it's somebody we had set up before, which is gonna be like a weird twist, but maybe it's a sheriff. Maybe it's a sheriff, who knows? I don't know. Maybe it's not. It's certainly, like, there's a couple of people who it's probably not. Jayce, Victor, right? Like, but, yeah. And she's coming into Jinx's very well laid trap. That is a really cool shot, right? The interrogation shot with her, like, very big in her face, like the camera lens, the way it bends around Jinx, and she's going all the way in. But she's having a lot of she's having a lot of fun with this. Like, I forgot her name, the Silco second in command, because this is, for her, it's kind of like almost a revenge, right? To hurt Jinx on an emotional level, because she's been causing her so much trouble, she's been causing her so much frustration over the years. So this is like an act of defiance, kind of. Him being very, very, like, so much that he doesn't know. He doesn't know what's happening, like, right? He doesn't know what to do. And then Silco comes in and he's like threatening him. Low-key. I mean, he's the only one who I think that is. It's like, because he's the only one actively searching for the, whatchamacallit, Hextech crystals or whatnot. But yeah, maybe I'm wrong. And he makes the plants grow. And I do wonder if that's Shimmer, because it's like, it looks similar, right? You do have like it modifies life, right? It mutates, but somehow the mutation gets rejected, so there's some like sickness element to it as well, right? So it has the power to actually keep you living longer, making you stronger, right? Having you rapidly grow within like seconds without any apparent nutrients other than the magic energy, I guess. But it's wilting because you haven't figured it out completely yet. So it's like, and the color scheme, like, if this is Shimmer, then they did it very well, because the color scheme very well just hints at that. And he's just trying to save his friend, right? He's like, come on, boy, we're gonna do it again. We're gonna do it again. We can do it, right? And at the same time, we do see the other side, bloody, broken, eroded, right? Like, this entire house stands kind of for what happened to everybody Vi knew, right? What happened to everything that Vi used to call home and family and whatnot. It eroded and fell apart, and at this point it's on such shaky foundations that a single punch could probably bring it all down. And she, in her fever, right, in her like being wounded and whatnot, she sees Powder all the time. And we do get closer, right? With Kate. Kate recognizing her good heart, helping her. And we go back with that, right? Interesting transition. Like, what is that? Hex core. Adaptive rune matrix. It evolves, and he's like having flashbacks of how it's pulsating. Every time like something with the hex stuff is coming in, he is like seeing that vision of what, right? And we saw that when actually the blood touched the hex core, right? We saw that, and he's seeing that in his mind's eye. So there must be some like truth to it. He's not just afraid and assuming. He actually knows where it can lead. Doesn't need to lead there, but yeah, corruption and everything. But they see the potentials, like this could save his life. Like, Victor, there's something different. You've changed. And Victor's like, what are you talking about? But you see immediately he can't lie properly. He looks more healthy. Less down, right? Maybe he has bought himself some time. I will have it destroyed one way or another. He's putting his foot down, and like I said, that's what pushed Jayce in the end. Beautiful. These shots, these angles, the direct, it's not just like the way the art style is drawn. It's not just the way they masterfully use shadows and light, right? Especially with different kinds of light, like different light colors and all of that. It's also the way they set up a shot, right? Look at her, like the outfit she's wearing, and like where there's like that little piece is like bare skin, and then you have like the arm pieces, and then you have the barrel of the gun, how it's pointing through the like across the middle of the screen, and we have him at the very border at the outside, right? So like very big in the screen, but out of focus. She's in focus. Okay, let's go on. Let's jump ahead a little bit. We talk about like she's giving her away her weapon, which is like, oh shit, dude, shouldn't have done that. But what else could she give, right? She's learning the trade and all of that, and he's like, you go ahead. I don't want her to see me like that. I don't want her to be disappointed, right? I want her to remember me the way I was, and not like the sad, pathetic version of myself that I am now. But yeah. He has fallen far, probably not entirely due to his own fault. Maybe partially to his own fault, right? He wanted to feel powerful, not be oppressed. You do see how Vander, when he had everybody's back, he was protecting people, but Silco only protects a select few, and it's more like might makes right in most of these. I mean, it was still like that in Vander's case, but Vander was like kind of just keeping up the order, right? And the respect and the code basically between everybody. Why did it take so long? Blah, blah, blah. And we do that, and we have the betrayal moment. He's like, I can't get anywhere. Yeah, he's bringing that up, and he's like, he wants to restore the city to what it used to be, right? Kind of conservatism, right? In a way. Afraid of the new stuff, of the potential risk it takes, which is justified, but at the same time, can you hold back? Can you hold back the hands of time forever? Maybe for you yourself, somebody who's as long-lived as you, time doesn't move as fast, but for humans it does. Like earlier we had that thing where it's like a decade, you blink once and it's over. That's not how it is for humans. Houses divided, arrogance, greed. And he's right in many of these cases. But the thing he wants to achieve, maybe he's going about it, he's too harsh with it. Who holds you accountable? There's so much suffering and pain that I see that you never addressed, right? The lanes, the Undercity, healing the city. That's his like obsession. And it's an ideal, right? An ideal can rarely be fulfilled. Sometimes it can. But it's a noble ideal, and he would do anything to make it a possibility. But it's too much risk for the professor. What's your plan to fix it? But he's not saying, right? He's like, I see what this is about, right? He's pointing that out rightfully, but this is not helping him in this situation because none of the people around are deceived by that, right? They know that it's about like the professor trying to forbid him to research in a certain area, and he's like, it's all about your research, right? I know what this is about, don't try to distract. But everybody in the room knows that they're not being distracted by it. They're just like, yeah, we know why he's bringing that up, right? But he also has a good point nonetheless, right? Aside from that, I mean, I guess he's strawmanning it in a way. This is how he could, like, this could pass for a strawman argument, right? Bringing up another issue that's parallel to that, in which you are more prepared, where you have better arguments than the other side, and then claiming a victory over the other side because they don't have arguments against that. And even if they don't directly engage with that argument, right, which would put them at a disadvantage, even if they don't directly engage and say, oh, hey, no, let's talk about that thing we talked about first, it's still lowering your negotiating position because you didn't address the thing that you've actually been accused of. It's a very, very effective way to actually get people to be like, well, but I don't know, this guy has good points too, right? Humans don't live for centuries. We need a leadership focused on the future, not the past. You are the father of Piltover, and your years of service can never be repaid, and he's leading into that, right? Let the man retire. And he's seeing that coming. He's like, you can't do this to me. A well-deserved retirement. She's like, what the fuck is happening here? And she's like contemplating, right? She's like, maybe this could be good for me. And she's like on the edge, but she's like, since I'm with Jayce, I'm going with it. Right, and everybody unanimously. And he hesitates for a second. He's like, am I really doing this? And that's that. The professor is ousted from his power. Yeah. Stepping out. And yeah, he is manipulative as fuck, right? He doesn't care about some people. He has the power, right? But it's obviously coming up with a perspective of like, by any means necessary, we get our revolution. I freed her mind, right? I thought you were the prize of your second-hand family, to be honest. But it was her, right? She's been a treasure, in a way. She's more than I've ever imagined. A prodigy. You're like, I'm gonna bring your bullshit empire to the... Because, obviously, right? It's not all bad about Silco's empire, but there's a lot of stuff that's worse than it was when Vander was in charge. Yeah, and we crash it all down. We crash it all down. And this is the moment, right? The moment everything tilts, because she's lighting the fire of hope, basically, right? This is like such a triumphant moment, but also like a very, very precarious moment, because we don't know what's going to happen in the future, how this is going to turn out. Both of them hurt, right? And he's like, he's not just hurt, he's also afraid for the future. He is losing control, which is something somebody like Silco cannot do, right? Losing control is like... He lost control once, which was against Vander and everything that happened back then. That was the weak Silco that died that day, right? In his mind. The guy who lost control. The guy who didn't have control. And the guy who was born was the guy who would make anything happen. Through any means necessary. The guy who doesn't hesitate, the guy who is in charge. Waiting for his opportunity. I love how we like, for a short second, we do like flash all of the lights open and he's sitting on like the rubble of, basically on the rubble of his empire at this point in time. She's lighting the torch of the past, basically. Milo and him screaming and their spirits being with her, basically. Also even in her mind, of course, right? Cool how the bullets go into the chamber and we're also going into the chamber, right? And he's just like his entire, like, all of this loss of control. He needs control, and what does he do? He punches, he kicks, violence. That is his way of gaining control in here. And the city is shut tight, right? I don't have that much time, and I don't want. We talked about this, right? The morals, right? And him seeing it now. I don't know what this scene is. I guess like it's a hint of Jinx being like, right, this is what I plan to do, and then she's like painting it up, and he's like, look up, and there's this whole thing with her hanging from the ground and Liar being on her, because she believes he lied to her, right? He lied about Vi being dead and whatnot, although he didn't know, of course, right? And she doesn't know that. The question is this going to lead her to hate him, to be against him, and them to be in conflict over a misunderstanding that's never cleared up, but it's going to be in a good way, because obviously Silco in a way is a bad guy, right? And he's going to get defeated, and she'll never know that he didn't know, and she'll never trust him again, and he'll be like, he'll lose in the end. Or is this going to be a thing of like, they talk it out, and then like they find a way to reconciliate, and how is that going to continue then? Actually, I can't. My memory card is super empty. I still want to talk about this scene here. I still want to talk about the scene of them meeting and like just the emotional stakes. It's probably going to take like 10 minutes or something. Yeah, we're going to make a cut. And I'll be back, and then we're going to talk 10 minutes, and that's probably then it for the discussion this time. Right. We're back a little bit later. I had to transfer some files, but let's get it on the screen. I needed to talk about this scene. I didn't know how it would go, but obviously in the beginning, when we start this out, right, when we see each other again, the overwhelming feeling first is, holy shit, right? She's alive. On both sides, right? Like there's this relief and joy from seeing somebody you thought you've lost actually being alive. But obviously yes, with every reunion there comes distance between us. We changed. At first we have that, right? The emotion. But then somebody else comes in. Disturbs the reunion. Things you've heard, right? She's with a woman, she's with an enforcer, right? Enforcers are the enemy. Sevika, that's her name, right? Sevika. Right now I know, Sevika. It's, by the way, it's not Heidegger, obviously. I know why that stuck to me so much, the name. It's because Heidegger is actually a German philosopher. Probably heard the name very often in passing. The professor is Heimdinger, right? Heimdinger or Heimedinger, something along those lines. Yeah, whatever. Your sister is Jinx, right? There's this Caitlyn, we can work this out, right? She's trying to mediate because she's losing control of both of them in this case. I mean, obviously Caitlyn wouldn't be so betrayed, right? Wouldn't feel so betrayed, wouldn't be this. She's just surprised in all of that. But she's losing it, right? Oh, and I love that, right? Like the way we rotate, and suddenly everything is like there's these film strips, and suddenly there's Milo right behind her. There's like his face dead, basically a skull, and we're turning around, and we do have that shot of her face where there's like half of it is like just painted over, basically, right? Reality loses its focus for her, right? And she hears voices, right? He hears sounds that make her jittery, and she's calling her powder, which is like treating her like a child, right? Talking down on her. But she has a new identity, right? And that is very important in upholding like the stability of her as a person, because she put powder behind her, and that's the only way she could deal with the pain. Powder fell down a well. You're not a Jinx. She's trying to like still talk to her like she's a child and whatnot, right? And this is obviously, that feels disrespectful. It feels like I can't trust anybody, right? Because there's like this element, the stone and whatnot, like you just want me for something, right? obviously growing up in a world where everybody just wants you for something specific, right? Wants to betray you in the end. And there's this doubt within herself that she doesn't, right? Because of the last thing she said to her back then. You're a class act, right? You're fake. The way the facial expressions go, and she's trying to get through to her, obviously. Soft touch, not violence, not aggression, not like... But this is hard, this is painful. All of this stuff, right, that she's pushed away for so long. Shut up, I need to think. And then she hears something and like the element comes in, like the wild card, basically. I don't know who he or she is, but... Well, we know it's the Firelights, but either way, right, who are they? Right, there's still this mystery. And we'll have to fight for our lives now. Obviously, back-to-back great fucking rotation shots and animation and all of that. Amazing. Don't know what to say to that. They really nail it down, the animation, always. Right? Pop. Is she shooting like the crystal thing? Or did he throw the crystal thing and she shot it? I think she shot the crystal thing that he threw, right? To immobilize them, potentially. And she's exploding her things. Caitlyn almost got the stone, but she got... Yeah. Like, later on we do see that. And, like, Vi is seeing how her sister changed, right? How much unhingedness is in there. And they just, right? They take her. For her, like, it's like her instincts are kicking in, right? In some of these, but like still, she's heavily disassociating, right? And close to a psychotic breakdown, right? He's coming down with that, whatever that weapon is, right? Some kind of hook, and she just like she doesn't even look. She just instinctively from her peripheral just dodges it, puts a kick in their direction, right? These are like coral-like masks too. Knocked out cold. Fists going out. Point of view shot. Really cool from like Vi's perspective. Her outfit is really cool, right? The one who just took the jacket. And it fits like the design very well. And yeah, she's coming down and she can actually handle that minigun even without shooting it. And for her, like in her mind, it's just little powder still, right? It's like a parent seeing their child growing up, and at some point in time, like you haven't met them in a while, and then meet them again. It's like, right? It's still the little girl. It's still a little boy. Things changed, right? Time apart can change you. You make your own experiences. You draw your own conclusions. You have your own struggles, and that's what happens here. She can't see that happening, and she's so focused on that she's or not noticing that somebody's behind her and they knock her out cold. And then at the same time, Jinx here is also so focused on her like semi-psychosis, right? Her emotional outbreak that they can actually take her and get away. I do wonder why they took her, if this is like literally the sheriff was like gonna put her back in prison, or if this is just some wild card that I haven't really made the connection to yet. But she's gone, abandoned yet again. Obviously she's not gonna draw the same conclusions in this specific case, but it's like it's invoking the same feelings in her, obviously. And the same like self-doubt, the same doubt in her sister, right? But also maybe the idea of like, I just found her, now she got taken away from me, and maybe she's gonna go after them and she's gonna be like, I'm gonna make them pay. No matter even if she's unharmed, I'm gonna fucking kill them, I'm gonna torture them, I'm gonna, right? They wish they were never born, right? Something along those lines. Yeah, I needed to actually give this moment its fair share, right? Like all of these emotions that are coming up, meeting somebody who you haven't seen in years that has been your sibling, your sister in this case. On both sides, with all the misunderstandings, all of even the bad blood that was between them to some degree, right? That the feelings of abandonment. Certainly, that's a fear that got raised again just now, and that's what triggered her here. I don't know how much she's gonna lose control now, right? Where's she gonna go? What is she gonna do? We don't know, and I'm afraid more for Jinx than for Vi, because I think like they have plans with Vi, but for Jinx it's like she could be doing anything suicidal basically, right? Stuff that she maybe isn't gonna come out of again, just out of like this feeling being invoked again, this feeling that she's not confronted in the meantime, right? Because obviously there's people who have like had these trauma that happened to them, who had been abandoned or something, or believed to be abandoned, and who have processed it in the meantime, right? Made their peace with it to a degree, but she went more and more in the unhinged territory. She went more and more in the territory of it didn't happen, I'm not gonna think about it. And then, like, when it comes up again, it's all the stronger, and you have never learned to deal with it and process it properly, and like just deal with the situation when these emotions come up, when these feelings come up, when these fears come up. Same with somebody who has like anxiety disorders, or somebody who has like depression or whatnot. Like, sure, you can treat it with medication, right? And that helps to stabilize you, but if you don't do therapy to top it off, right? There's like always the thing that as soon as you don't have the medication, it's just gonna come pressing in even stronger, and you're not gonna be used to it actually being present, right? You're not gonna be used to actually dealing with it. And that's always hard. But yeah. Amazing. Much like the first 3 episodes, it's been a wild ride of ups and downs and back around and things cascading, right, in this city that's a powder keg at this point. All different factions. The only faction that we haven't really lit out, right, is the Firelights. But yeah, do wonder where we're gonna end up at the end of season 1. If this will have like somewhat of a conclusion, right, like a conclusive narrative conclusion, and then season 2 will be more of a like, this is the next story with some of the characters that you know and others that are new. Or if this is gonna be a continuation with like season 1 ending on somewhat of a middle note of like, okay, this I can live with waiting a year or 2 or 3 for the next part of that to come, but there's a lot of stuff unconcluded still. I do wonder which one of those it's gonna be, but I can't wait to see it. I hope you enjoyed this reaction. Do leave me a like and subscribe if you've seen until now. Thank you very much for seeing the discussion. I know they're super long, but I do really like to talk about this stuff, and I do hope that some of you are enjoying that. Check out my other stuff, right? Check out the Discord, check out the Patreon and all of that, right? The Discord is not very active, but I do hope at one point in time it will be active. If not, you can probably also find me in the Pink Cube Discord, but yeah. Or occasionally on the Flaming Shark Discord. I'll see you next time.